want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, eh? Until the very last hour. We still got few more days to slay, eh? It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
find my way back to you, until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone, until you find your way back home. Find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Hello and welcome to your Esports Series Championship Overwatch 2026, and we've got our first match of, I believe, Pool A in this bout where everyone's trying to get over to LAN. It's a good old time on Overwatch. I've got Flannels, my co-caster, with me to take us through the 3 games we've got on the live feed today. I've got to say, how are you doing? I know it's absolutely sweltering up there in the north. I'm not sure how it is in America. I know you guys got ACs. Are you even American? I'm just assuming everything.
It is, but you know where these fellows are going to be going for LAN should they qualify. It's going to be hot, but fortunately it will still be air conditioned, so they're going to be able to stay cool as the competition heats up itself. But we got some exciting matches today. First up, we're actually going to be having Centennial High School Varsity going up against XPL AUG Ghost. So that's going to be our first match on the day, and you know this is going to be a highly competitive environment for these two teams. You know, some of the, you know, they come through playing through the season, you know, out of school right now, playing in summer, and it's got to be a different type of environment for them.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. And I think the highest pressure part about it is first to 2, right? If you mess up more than once, you're done. You don't have many chances. And especially with the nature of this kind of group stage, it's almost similar to the World Cup. You know, you don't have many chances to mess up or, you know, not perform. So you have to perform from the get-go. And if you don't, you miss out on a chance to be in the top 2 of your group and go to your playoffs. So it's pretty important. And I think every single match in the group stage really does matter. There's no sort of, I suppose, dead air, you know, in this tournament, and that is pretty exciting. And I'm excited for these guys because, you know, having gone to LAN, I remember when I was also in school, that was really, really cool. It's always such a great environment and honestly such a great experience for everyone when you go from playing online in a regular season to a LAN and trying to perform there. I'm excited for them. I'm also excited to watch it as well.
Yeah, they should be some very exciting matches. And like you were saying, you know, this is an opportunity, and going to LAN is just going to be a memory regardless for the teams that make it there, because it's just a totally different atmosphere. Yeah. It really sets the tone, and it has a completely different type of energy, especially seeing people there watching you play. And it's just a really exciting type of situation to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, just like, even playing on stage in particular, what I noticed is that you literally feel the vibrations within your feet, right? It's because of how the stage is built. It adds that sort of like weird detailed intensity to it that you just, it gives you kind of chills, you know? It's completely different. Even when you're playing and they bring your own computer part, if there is a bring your own computer part, that's its own whole unique experience. There's something magical about waking up at like 6 in the morning. And it's a sort of, when I did it, it was like really, really cold. For them, it's going to probably be a bit hot or start getting towards the point it's hot. Probably might kind of be the relief of the day, if I'm honest. At least they've got air conditioning. But, you know, packing up, bringing your computers, the logistics being difficult. It's just lovely stuff. I love LAN. LAN is awesome. And that's exactly what they're playing for. And I believe LAN is going to be at the, just check in where, at Full Sail University. So that's where they're looking to go to.
Yeah, down, you know, that's what I mean, down here in Orlando. So it's gonna be very hot. It will be sweaty and sticky, but they're gonna be in a really nice esports stadium. You know, the Full Sail Armada University Stadium. It's a really impressive type of environment for these players to be able to get to be in and get to interact with, you know, that type of scene. It's not just like a LAN event hosted at some random location that has the space rented out. It is a location that is specifically curated for this type of thing. So it feels really professional. It feels like you are stepping on to a much bigger stage, and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna put some pressure on some people. And this is gonna be a test for some of them to see how they will deal with that pressure should they make it to that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just Googled this thing. This thing's got a Jumbotron, dude. It's a 360 stage. That's awesome. Hello, that's lovely. So they were playing at the Fortress, which is honestly a really fitting and cool name to go into. Playing for the Fortress. I mean, come on, just to go and get to that playoffs. I don't know. It's exciting. I can't imagine that they want to waste the opportunity.
No, absolutely not. I mean, these, the 4 teams that make it. So for those who don't know, it is we have 4 teams in 2 different groups. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the semifinals tomorrow that will be at Full Sail University. And, the 2 number 1 teams, the only way that they'll play each other is if they are in the finals going up against one another. So that will lead to an exciting situation for those teams involved. But, this right now is a group stage. So these teams are going to have to play each other. And there may be some tiebreakers that we will have to see by the end of it all.
Yeah, that's a sure. And I think tiebreakers in particular is always it's a bit scary because obviously, I don't know the exact format, but I remember when we were doing the Overwatch Confederation Cup. South Africa didn't make the tiebreakers, but I'm pretty sure a few other teams did, and that's really high pressure, right? You're playing for practically an entire season's worth of gameplay, and if you fail there, it's done. It's over. It's Heartbreak Hotel for whoever team and player does not make it through. And giving that extra chance, I don't know, it just gives you hope, and it's the hope that really kills you, it feels like sometimes. So, that being said as well, I'm going to be gutted for anyone who doesn't make it, but I'm sure, especially because it is early days, there's still plenty of time. On top of the fact that we do have Overwatch today, just to remind everyone not to get ahead of ourselves, but there is Rocket League later at about, it's 8 p.m. my time, but, I'd have to refer to someone else on what Zach's going to convert over towards local time over in broadcast. But there's Rocket League later after the Overwatch, of which you'll be joined by Pyro and your boy Q, which is going to be cool. But you're with us for now. You're stuck with us. Our other matches as well, just to remind everyone, round 2. It's a Pool A match. It is XPL WTX Kraken versus XPL FRNK Storm. And round 3, another Pool A match, XPL WTX Kraken versus LNHS Varsity Overwatch. So that is essentially our itinerary for today.
Yeah, so we got 3 really exciting matches. Like we said, they are best of 3, so we could be in for a long haul, or, depending on how these matches go, there could be a couple 2-0s. I want to see a lot of 2-1s just because that makes it more competitive, more exciting. But we are going to be heading into our first map here, and we are going.
It's a push map, I believe.
It is a push map, yeah.
Okay, starting with the push map. Only 2 map wins means you get a series win. It is high intensity, and you have to get it done now, or maybe later. You've got 2 more chances. There's a group of 4. And only 2 advance to the top 4 to make it to the semis and make it to the Fortress. Any thoughts with the map we're starting on?
Well, we've just been informed that, this is not the map that we are starting on. It's just some cinematic time for the viewers as we get ready to head into the first map.
Okay, good, because we assumed it was control.
We were a little confused. It's everything. The format for it should be everything should start control. So yes. We were a little thrown off, but we're just making sure with everything that's going on. But do you have a particular favorite control map that you want to see them pick?
Particular favorite control map. I like pretty sure Busan. I'm a big fan of Busan. Yeah.
A rarity. I feel like a lot of people I meet do not like Busan.
Yeah, I know. That's just right. It's also in particular, just sort of like one of the maps I played a lot, as a kid as well. So, that's what I remember. So that's what I got. Do you have a favorite control map? You got
oh goodness.
The whole debate.
It's tricky. I think the map that I like seeing the most is Nepal, but for
Pulse,
out of
yeah.
like a full 3. There's just something special about Ilios. The only thing I don't like about Ilios is that the map with the pit in the middle, because I've been a victim far too many times
Yeah.
of being sent down that hole.
Yeah, the absolute skirmish through there as well. It's just chaos, right? Especially when it was like 6v6. Just
Oh yeah,
everything's
so
flying at
crowded.
you. Yeah, it's like how he's supposed to manage. Obviously, we'll be able to find out what we do have for control here shortly as the vetoes get sorted and everything else. Have to say also our second map of the best of 3. Do we know what that's going to be? I'm trying to remember. I think it was because I know the last one is going to be Flashpoint. I'm not the biggest fan of Flashpoint.
It should be hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay, hybrid's good. Yeah, I think hybrid's my favorite of all the categories of maps. I always think it's an absolute banger. So it's sort of also the way the map can just sort of extend, into overtime. Both teams will get to 3, and it gets really intense, and you're sort of just running out on the remaining regulation time plus the additional that you're given. I don't know. I just like it. I think it's come up with absolute bangers from the maps I've watched.
No, absolutely. The interesting thing here is going to be that there are no hero bans, so that means that we can potentially see anything, and we can see that anything happen every single round. So, is there any heroes in particular that you feel are going to be really interesting to see? I know that, a big thing during the OWCS that was really popular was the Cat Bastion. There were some recent nerfs to that. So I'm wondering how, if any of these teams were playing that before, what type of adjustments they're going to be making to it.
All I'm going to say is I was watching the preseason clash, and I just remember seeing the Cat and the Bastion. I don't know, man. I don't know. I did not like seeing what I saw. But, I mean, honestly, hater of Emre, personally. Absolutely hate that. Obviously, likely going to see the Emre as well. I think one of the highest bans I remember from stage 1 was Symmetra. I'm not sure if that's still the case now, but it was Symmetra, Diva, and Cassidy. So, not sure if we're going to see that any further. That was in Champions Clash, actually, not even in stage 1.
Okay. I'm just happy that, we've moved on from it being Sojourn Tracer every single game.
Oh, yeah.
That was a time that existed, because if you didn't have that, it was Vendetta. And that was when Vendetta just, before they gutted her and everything, and she was so oppressive, and, it was very strict. We are still likely going to see, because she just cannot get out of the meta in any way. Probably going to see Kiriko a good bit, I would have to say.
Delete the character now. I think a lot of people hate Kiriko, and honestly, she's been there since forever, right? So it makes sense, obviously, that with the sort of shurikens dealing 1 billion HP off of having the biggest hitbox ever. I can sort of understand it, but it's a fact of life in Overwatch, I suppose. It just is there, and you've got to deal with it, and it is what it is. They should absolutely destroy that character into the ground. They should do a Riot Games, because Riot likes to, they like to not address issues, and they like to just nerf characters instead of actually make Initiator really good. Anyways, before we get too distracted as well, sort of back to topic. You were talking about our Sojourn. Absolutely, sort of also, I think, very prevalent, as a hit scan character, sort of in just Apex tier play since forever, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's a high mobility hit scan character that has a railgun as an extra ability.
Yep.
So, it's hard to beat. It was, she kind of just completely replaced Soldier 76 in that hit scan role for a really long time. That was the one unironic thing, or the one very ironic thing about Cat Bastion being meta, is that it kind of brought Soldier back in just to be able to auto lock onto the cat bastion in the sky at times. So it was an interesting thing to see how some characters came around just to be able to adapt to that. But it did feel a bit goofy having the cat and bastion locked in every single time.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. I mean, it was also sort of that time where Overwatch was removing the two and, going back to its roots. We went back to being Overwatch. It was a whole menu overhaul, a bunch of different characters, focusing more on the lore. I'm not sure, because I remember playing a lot, and I think there was a lot of excitement around the time. Maybe, I'm not sure, was there any negativity as well? Would you say so? Would you say it's turned out well, I suppose, would be my question.
I think overall it's turned out well for them. I think, the big season 1 overhaul announcement that they had really breathed a lot of life back into this game for a lot of people. And the hero changes and the hero additions have all been really awesome. Big moves from them to, release 5 at once and fill in every role. That was the really nice thing, was just being able to queue up and you were going to be able to play a new character type of deal and not be, people fighting for a character and dropping lobbies and everything like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I remember when I saw it, I thought I was like really excited. I was like, hey, this is really cool. This is exciting. I can't wait. Obviously, I think we're looking at the chat, and we might be starting very, very soon. So between these two teams, they're getting ready to try and brawl out to get a first group stage win here in the Esports Series Championship, Overwatch 2026. It's Centennial, HS Varsity, or it is XPL, AUG Ghost, who will be the ones to take this first round of competition and look towards a path towards the Fortress. Obviously, a control map to start with. We should be in shortly or soon, or not. Regardless, we'll keep on talking. I mean, we're good at this thing, right? It's the one thing.
Yeah.
It's Lijiang Tower. That's where we're starting on.
All right, Lijiang Tower. This is going to be an interesting lineup that we see right now coming out on both sides. If these are what teams like to walk out on, so often do teams swap their characters at the very last second. So if this is what they walk out with, I'm very curious about Centennial's lineup at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got it here as well. Lijiang Tower, that first part of the veto. So, everything we saw.
Oh my god.
In the comp that was just placed was a bit interesting. Having the hazard locked in. Obviously, maybe it's being restarted or something, but would you say you've come to like anything you're already seeing?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Ramatra, so I like seeing Ramatra. I am personally a tank player, so I'm always very curious to see what types of
I'm in, guys.
People are rolling out with. But, overall, I gotta say, I really do like Junker Queen myself personally. But Ramatra is a really good, other very brawl character that I greatly enjoy.
Yeah, I'm a DPS hit scan player myself. I just like it's one of the things where I think Overwatch is one of the most effective games when it comes to if you play an aim trainer. So playing hit scan can be very satisfying, especially if you're good at tracking. I remember I was aim training specifically for Valorant, and when I played Overwatch, I felt so cool. I was like the best player on planet Earth. Obviously, there's massive difference to gold and to everyone, in Masters and to top 500. So maybe I'm not quite there yet, but obviously that is my personal cup of tea. Had also seen a lot of Ramatra, I believe, in Apex tier play. I'm sure. Am I mucking it up a little? Am I wrong?
Ramatra, I felt, has really moved more into it ever since some of the changes to the perks, where some perks were made kind of like baseline effects on them, but also his wall being able to be made even bigger, I felt was a really big thing for just his ability to protect and have more movement to work with, but we are immediately into this Lijiang tower.
Yeah, it's going to see who's going to get control of the point. Tyler starts off on to Dino, and that could be good with a man's advantage. Can they progress any more forward? The Hazard blocking them off. Wall expiring, and soon this point about to unlock as they will get it to, or look to get it to cap at 100%. The Pharaoh shooting out rockets going astray, but they will likely get this point. They look to regroup over towards the link, but they do get control, and now they're going to pretty much look for ways to open them up. They're all just playing, trading, looking for ult points. Also now, the Diamond Man behind looking to Kiriko down low, being isolated. Good comms for a second, and with Dinorex finding Shadow Dancers, the rest of his team that'll end up falling. A brilliant first skirmish for XPL AUG Ghost as they start off with the team kill here on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, really impressive start there for Ghost. You know, I mean, they took position on control of it, and you actually had their tank and DPS flank around. We saw the tank go around to the right side while Tracer went around the left side, and they just kind of circled around behind both teams, behind the teams, and just cleaned them up from behind the entire time. So it was a really exciting exchange as we see trades coming out between them both right now as Ramatra looks to work into the point.
Yeah, they're trying to steadily get their way in. Like Atlas immediately activates that overclock. Can Mystic get anything more out of it? Takes away one of the DPSs, but still trying to back away. The healing working out quite well, but they're isolated and they're now gone. Good stuff from Centennial HS University. As it's only going to be Leoshi, the last to fall likely. Just has to be this tank. They're stalling the time quite nicely. They're likely going to get up to 75%. Has to get off the point just for a second. But no, look, another tap coming out from the Tracer. Lots of time and progress towards that cap being given. Another tap coming through. This is ridiculous. Hello, what's going on? Shadow Dancer finds Dino Rex, but still they will get control of that point. The Diamond Man, again, on that flank, does not have that pulse bomb quite yet, but will look to do a little bit of damage. Out comes the Ramatra. Mystic adding up with 2, but it will be Mystic to be traded out eventually. Still trying to isolate all these support characters as later Atlas, but the ultimate ends up running out, and they get control of the point again. They're running towards cap, and they go towards 100%. Actually now, this Hazard getting rid of the Ramatra.
Really great job, though, by Shadow Dancer, stalling out as long as they did, getting them to 82% on their first push, puts them in this position to be able to close it out right now. A touch has to come in at the last second. They're on there, but immediately we're going to see Vibes eliminated, and we're going to get the Kumiho coming through, and it's just going to be looking for Ghost trying to finish this off.
Yeah, and now the teams that went in this fight, and by seems, I mean they are. There doesn't seem to be a chance. Last to fall is later Atlas, as that is 100%, and the first point of the game going to XBL AUG Ghost. And they did it so emphatically as well. They did lose one fight, but even then when they lost the fight, they just had so much stalling power.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Dancer first it came in with Tracer just dashing around a little bit and then recalling out, which bought them a lot of time for Shadow Dancer to then come in, and Shadow Dancer just bounced around a little bit and managed to leave. But you know, that easily bought them an extra 5-10% to where, you know, that would have given more of an opportunity. It would have alleviated some of the pressure for Centennial and not made them have to rush onto the point so much and, you know, just try to touch, which then put them a person down because that person had to run in by themselves to, you know, hit the overtime.
Yeah, that is for sure. Let's see if they can try and replicate that again. Get a map up, and that means you're a map away from a series victory in your group in Pool A. Shadow Dancer starts off with the first blood, manages to knock Ivy off her socks, and now she's gone. Tyler also finds Dino Rex, so it seems that they are just winning this fight pretty well. And it should be control the point in about a second. Bang. They have to evacuate the rest of everyone trying to get away and group up with their team, but it ain't happening. I believe Ivy was nearby, but no, TP'd away towards the teammates' Vibes to fall. And XBL AUG Ghost at critical danger of winning a map if they bring this to 100.
Just really aggressive play by Ghost and kind of forced the members of Centennial onto that outside ledge right away, where they took advantage of the fact that they're able to cut everybody off as we immediately see them come in, and down goes Hazard. Lateral Loss getting that elimination here early on, but we are going to see Shadow Dancer take Ivy out in exchange. So it's a little bit of a trade as we see Centennial work their way onto the point once again.
That's like the second time, actually. The Shadow Dancer found another the Kiriko off of the map. Wow, ridiculous. The Diamond Man falls off the map, looks to rejoin their team. And Centennial HS Varsity, it's actually quite an emphatic win now. They've gotten themselves control of the point.
This gives them a much better opportunity since it's, you know, they stopped it at 30% versus 82%. So even if it does flip back now, they still have an opportunity to contest. But right now, they just want to be able to hold on as long as possible. Hazard jumping in, looking to get some damage put in onto Sigma. They just really, you know, they got to work through this choke point, and that can be a little difficult with a Sigma blocking the way. But Shadow Dancer and Diamond Man do not care.
Oh my god, just going in. Mystic adds to it. It's brilliant from XPLAG Ghost. Ivy won't be able to find Shadow Dancer. Maybe as a bit of revenge, but even then, revenge ain't as good as actually having the point and winning the fight with your team. And also on top of that, they preserve a bunch of ultimates close to that sound barrier. They've got that pulse. They've got the overdrive now on Mystic. This is an absolute Thanos fight about to come in. As they might look to fight forward into it. I see a case where they could just go for the fight. Diamond Man evacuating just for a second.
Immediately, we're going to see the gravity surge come through, looking to take one out. Shadow Dancer gets one, but Lateralos is going to be able to take out Tyler, so that's tanked down. That's going to be difficult for Ghost now, as Lateralos is going to look to zone them out a little bit. Vibes picking off Leoshi on the backside of everything, but Shadow sends Dino off the map once more. But Lateralos with a double, and this is going to be Centennial looking to flip the point back over, stopping Ghost at 73%.
Oh, Lateralos is an absolute god. What's going on? Two from them flips the fight entirely, and that means that they also flip the point. But they can go for the fight again. They've got the Kitsune Rush, and they've also got the Cassidy ult. So that's kind of worrying. I'm not gonna lie. XPLAG Ghost. They've used their resources. Can they somehow draw something out of it? They've got a Kitsune Rush that they can trade for the both of them. Dinorex does get Mystic, and that's immediately one of your hit scans gone. They keep on going, having that Deadeye at the ready, and they will keep on going. Also now, with the buffed attack speed and damage from the Kitsune Rush, Shadow Dancer finding Dinorex, and still seem to be fighting. The sound barrier used again, additional shield, making it so much easier for Centennial HS Varsity. Leoshi will find Ivy, but the fight keeps on going. Tyler finding Vibes, and also TD Vibes finding Leoshi. Jade Ace will find Mystic, and Dinorex adds to the tally. Close to cap for the point. Are we looking at a deciding point on Lijiang Tower to get this tournament started? And it seems to be so, but they are going to look for that final tap.
They got to get in here. It's overtime procs coming through the top. We got Hazard in for that touch. You know, I really have been enjoying this swap by Lateralos, as it's really worked out for them. He finds another elimination there on Mystic, but it's a back and forth on both sides. Multiple eliminations coming through. This is still anybody's fight at this time.
Yeah, that's for sure. Has that pulse still. The Diamond Man trying to find some way in. Doesn't end up landing it. It doesn't stick to anyone, and that's crucial. That could be the point loss now. How are they going to tap this? It's just barely late. This is by a margin, and not a very big margin that they end up losing that. Close, and an absolute banger to start off here on Lijiang Tower. We're off to round 3.
Great turnaround for Centennial there. Clearly, they were not able to get it together very well on map 1, but here in map 2 of the control, they are coming into form. Really, that swap by Lateralos onto that Sigma has worked out so much better for them, playing into the multiple hit scans that Ghost was using, but also Hazard being able to throw that boulder at Hazard, who does not have a proper shield to really deal with it, is definitely a big factor, but also helps set up his DPS to be able to get eliminations when he connects on just CCing anybody.
Yeah, that is for sure. Let's see. Start off here on the Sturb round. Who can win this first initial skirmish? Immediately Hazard dashes in. Does he have backup? That was the problem. He was isolated previously. Diamond Man does pick off the Dino Rex. How about it? Diamond's working out compared to their fossils. Tyler finding Ivy. And that will pretty much be them to evacuate. The tank and the rest of their support having to walk towards their spawn and the back line. It is control to start off with here from XPLAG Ghost.
Yeah, so far, Ghost has managed to take control of the point first every single time, but Centennial has managed to prove in at least once that they've been able to fight back and maintain control themselves. But they are going to still have to deal with the high tempo, high pressure that Ghost is able to put out as they try to box him in right there, not able to find that elimination, and out goes Hazard, having to reset back with his team as Centennial is looking to just put out a really drawn out contest right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. If they can keep on delaying like they did previously, it's closer to cap and it's even better. Leoshi finding vibes, and he'll find another as well. This guy's going insane. Out comes the boulder, might be able to isolate the Hazard, but no, not at all. No backup. And that would be the point still reset. It seems that they have their attention diverted just for a second, but they win the fight out easily. Point flipped again, and control.
Yeah, they managed to get that point flip when Lateral Loss went after that group in the corner, but there was nobody there to follow up with them. They had 3 people in elimination HP range, but there was nobody else to follow up with them. And, you know, Sigma just doesn't have that fast of a pressure as we see the Kitsune rush coming out on the side of Ghosts. They just want to shove this back down on Centennial, but Lateral Loss is not going down without taking somebody with them.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely insane. Direxo, yeah, in that situation, I don't think he wants to be fighting like 3 people at once. The Deadeye at the ready. Now you can use it there, but out comes the signal. Oh, what can he do with it? Lateral Last, I don't think it landed on anyone. That's going to be a bit of a critical mistake now. Mystic trying to go insane, using that overclock to get rid of the rest of Centennial HS Varsity, and has gone up to 80% now. It's final fight territory, it seems, and just pushing into their spawn. They're trying to add some salt into this wound, but they've got to get on it right now. This choke is going to be difficult to get past, and they're trying to dash past it. Look at the swaps. It's being optimized now just to get a tap. It's not even for their actual comp. The Winston will just be wanting to jump in, and he'll likely be able to do it. It's going to go into overtime. That's absolutely for sure.
Yeah, just really aggressive positioning. No, we're not even going to get overtime. They completely kept them off the point, and that is going to be Ghost taking game 1. Just excellent positioning and blocking off of Centennial so that they could not get in. Like, well done to Hazard. Well done to Tyler with that block off with the walls time and time again.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like that you say I wasn't to give up one hell of a match Overwatch start off here on this feed. I absolutely enjoyed that first map of Control, but we've got a map of Hybrid now to see whether we're going to get a win or whether we're going to go to a decider. I'm not going to lie, there were a few moments where I feel like the Hazard sort of just dashed in a bit sort of preemptively. I noticed that the aggression was pretty layered. They did have backup, but when the Hazard sort of was disconnected from everyone else, it was so easy to just get rid of them. And that was actually the point on the second round of Lijiang Tower that, you know, it got very stressful. They flipped the point and then they brought it to 100%. So that's one of the things I noticed.
I think really the end of that map, what really just kind of decided things was when Lateral Loss went for the gravity on the point by himself, didn't get anybody with it, and that let Ghost know that they can go pressure them and spawn because there's not a big like CC contesting type ultimate to really get in their way or stop them, and they just use that opportunity to fully shove in on Centennial. Yeah,
that's for sure. Just immediately pressing that GOAT button and saying, yeah, we've got this, we've got it on. So hybrid map coming up. Do you have a favored one you'd like to see? I like me some Kings Row.
I do love it. Kings Row is a classic. It is a time again classic. I think you know, I've gotten to, it's just such an original map that it's very nostalgic for me as a map because it's what I knew for so long since Overwatch 1 when it first released all those years ago. So it's definitely my favorite, but I know that it's not a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, it's not a lot of people's favorite, but it's okay to be wrong. That's the thing about it. Obviously, the rest of the map, Paul, I believe, correct me if I am wrong, there's Midtown, there's Eichenwald, there's Hollywood, and there is Barisil, which will be an option of all the options that they're going to use to try and win a series of Overwatch. That is Centennial a map down now as well. Just as a reminder, everyone, this is the group stage, so it's not kind of like GSL where you've got, you know, an elimination match and you could be eliminated. You could be eliminated, sure, but it's all off standings, and there could be a tiebreaker as well. Just to note, obviously, I think your map differential is going to be very important, you know, in those standings. If you get a 2-0 win, that's really clean. You get a 2 map differential to start with, and the possibility to look at that first seed going into there, because people also sort of underestimate the power of being that first seed sort of in an environment where, you know, you've got groups. If you're first seed, that means you can play versus the 4th seed in semi-finals, which presumably means you're going to have a good time there.
You know, presumably, yeah. But that, you know, that number 4 is still going to be the top 2 coming out of the other side. So it's still not going to be, you know, it's not going to be a cakewalk. It's not going to be free. None of these matches are going to be, as these are, you know, the 4 top teams coming in for each of their groups. But, you know, looking at it, the thing I am curious to see is how these teams change up their approach to something like you know, hybrid or the control maps, you know, the other different type of objective maps, because it changes the macro a little bit with the offense and defense point of view. Whereas control is just a constant battle of offense and defense. The macro is a little bit different because the objective never changes in any capacity, nor its location or the setting. It is a very persistent type of environment. So these teams are going to have to make some adjustments depending on that.
The one thing that I sort of note as well towards that, towards most control maps is you do have points where, or rounds where if you get control, there's like really nasty choke points which are going to be forced in. So when you are on hybrid, that obviously the objective moving, not just the initial choke point, but also then as it moves forward, they're going to be forced into choke points of their own, and you can try and exploit it at different points and find fights to try and flip it and get control yourself and stop them and delay and do stuff like that. So yeah, like you said, the macro absolutely different between the 2 of them.
No, definitely. And it oftentimes really changes up what types of characters, especially depending on the map. It will change up what types of characters we'll see. I know that with, you know, some push maps or escort maps, the thing with like El Dorado is you'll see widows for like the entire first corner of the map, because it's just how you have to deal with that spawn break a lot of the time, just to take care of some of that high ground pressure. But that's not always something that you'll see. But we are in King's Row, so this is one of those scenarios where there could be a widow, and it's currently something that we're seeing be hovered right now on the side of Ghost.
Yes, absolutely. If you're going for it, you might as well be able to... I mean, if you're able to switch immediately, then why not? Get a pick, get an opening, allow your team a chance to advance forward. 10 seconds left now before XBL AUG goes to begin a campaign. They want to get 3. They want to make sure they get 0. It's a chance here on King's Row to win a series and win a series well. Let's see what Mystic can do. Scoping in through the iron sights and is now revealed, so they know that now he is an issue. Might go for that swap shortly because he didn't really find anything. The Amray just sending out all missiles is now immediately out. Comes in Hazard, seemingly an important part of this XBL AUG Ghost comp as I look to advance forward past this choke point, slowly progressing, getting that control as Tyler looks on the edges and try and find a skirmish, try and isolate someone now, having to back away, using that wall to try and isolate, but it does not find anyone on the back of it. Now out comes Ladder Alas, and he might just be shut down. He's brought down at 5 HP, the supports doing so much damn work. Mystic being blocked by all of the walls, map geometry. His one enemy in this instant, the Diamond Man managing to find Ivy, but still with Dino-Rex finding Leoshi, they're going to have to back away towards this spawn, and this is the first skirmish won by Centennial HS Varsity.
That is a big stop for Varsity, being able to hold off around that initial engagement, because Lateral Loss was at such a risk there, but his supports did a great job keeping him alive. And you know, the initial elimination by Vibes onto Shadow was a really big thing to prevent Ghost from being able to continue to keep up that high pressure, which we're seeing them still do right now as we are getting to the sky. Pharah raining down Hellfire on everybody and pushing back Centennial right now as Ghost is going to look to push in and take control.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to get that first third of it to start off with. Shadow Dance will be able to get rid of Ladder Alas, and this should basically be the point going to Cap. There's no issues. They back away looking to try and keep themselves ready for this next fight once their tank is up, and they should be shortly. In terms of ultimates, they do have that Kitsune rush as well that they could try and turn off of, which is absolutely crucial. But you look at their side, they've almost got the overclock, they almost got the Kitsune rush, they've almost also, well, I wouldn't say almost, but they're halfway about towards that Lucio ult.
Yeah, big thing there, having that swap where Ghost did swap off of that Mercy, so they're actually a little bit behind on that support ult generation, so slight advantage for Centennial in that case if they did choose to be a little more aggressive. But Zarya, Gladoros currently being walled off, boxed into a corner, but is barely, no, it's gonna get taken down, not able to get back with their team, but Vibes manages to trade it out, so it's both tanks down on both sides, so right now it's just gonna be a slugfest between the DPS.
Yeah, now they gotta go for it. Hitscan v Hitscan, support v support, Vibes off it too, getting rid of the supports, and now it has to be the DPS to try and do something, but it is absolutely nothing that they can surmise. Tyler, who's come up now, has that ultimate, he's gonna go for it. The one thing about it, he ended up being isolated. I loved the way he was hopping around the map and just trying to get rid of Ladder Alas, and I think he almost did so, but it was in cost of his life, and ended up being in cost of the rest of his team. They were not able to get rid of that Centennial HS Varsity squad as they go forward in towards it, not able to find anyone besides, I suppose, one or two. Mystic getting rid of Vibes, and that is instantly Thanos down. But they don't get anything off of that overclock. Otherwise, out comes Zayol, manages to get two out of it. Lateral ass managing to get rid of all three, and that is just going to have to be them running for the hills and tuck and tail. 3 minutes left still, though, to get this point. Or get this escort over towards the next point.
A big stop for them right before it got around that final corner. They're going to have an opportunity to be able to contest it again at some point. But that was a really big Gravwell coming out there by Lateralos, getting that double by themselves. Gravity Well is just such an impactful ultimate that can totally turn the tide of a fight, but immediately huge pressure Mystic putting in there with the railgun onto Lateralos, and they are just immediately pushing Centennial back around the corner, and they are just wanting to brute force this payload onto the third point.
Yeah, that is for sure, but can they make sure they get towards that checkpoint still? Diamond Man having used his ultimate, trying to get rid of the Emerald dash towards them as Vibes. Now they're gone. Shadow Dancer also finding their own as the DPS falls, and they're going to have to evacuate. That is going to be that second point. That is going to be a campaign towards 3, and they've got a bit of time still in regulation and in their time bank, and they might be able to get rid of that Kitsune that got it, Dynarex Flighty.
There's just so much pressure that comes out from Mystic. Really close, Diamond Man almost falling there, but Mystic is able to do so much. They're immediately going to look to go aggressive here. Down goes Shadow Dancer with an early death, but Mystic and Tyler are there to pick up the pieces, finding one each. So Centennial is still on the back foot in this exchange.
Yeah, they can keep going. Oh, come on, Tyler. Oh, an absolute massacre out towards the final point as they march on forward. The Diamond Man respawns, so it's going to be a long march towards that point. Now, Centennial HS Varsity likely to be able to stall here. I don't know if they even want to go for it. Out comes that Kitsune Rush, another may be able to try and stop them. Mystic and Tyler finding 2 as it could be the last dying embers of this side before they swap. They've got a lot of time in this time bank, and they're going to have to be hoping that they respawn damn faster than they actually can as Tyler's fought away. But look, they actually got people in the backline. Last finding Shadow Dancer, and Mystic also being found by Vibes. So he backs away to try and be healed up by the supports that is happening. But now the rest of everyone is respawning. They have to go again.
I was insane. It looked like everything was turning up Ghost, like they had Centennial completely bullied and boxed into their spawn. But sure enough, Centennial was able to hold on, find some backline picks, and alleviate some of that pressure, which has allowed them to continue out this stall. Zarya quickly getting Tyler down, but they're going to be able to top him off and keep him in as things get heated on point.
Yeah, it's a About to get damn heated as Hades does find Shadow Dancer. Now they've got to back away. Listen, they don't have the resources for this fight. The time bank now being whittled away. As this is good stalling from Centennial HS Varsity because of how close they are to the spawn. Even when you kill someone, they're going to be up shortly, and they have no distance to walk to defend reinforcements after reinforcements after reinforcements. But with ults being built up, the Diamond Man alongside Mystic maybe being able to find a barrage. Ivy having to use that recall to get away as instantly they try to unlock it off of that. The Diamond Man finding CD Vibes, and JD is also being found, but that alas doubles down to find two. Can Tyler try to find this Kiriko? It's shortly done as that alas is the last to be found, but they're gonna end up respawning anyways. I don't think they're gonna be able to find the point off of this. And no, look, everyone's up again.
Yeah, it was really big being able to stall them out as long as they did and have multiple members of Ghost staggered. I mean, again, the Gravity Well being online is such a big cooldown for Zarya and just locks multiple people down. Hazard is currently just brawling in that backline by himself, not getting too much assistance there on the picks. Diamond finally getting in there, finding one on Dino. Mystic coming through with the railgun. Ult is out, and they're just going to look to finish things off right now.
Yeah, have a chance at it, but they need to get that last 2 meters done and dusted. Leoshi finding Ivy, and that is the last time that's going to happen on this half of attack for them. Sides are swapping 3-0, 30 seconds in that time bank.
30 seconds is not much considering how much time they had comparatively. So I want to say a good job by Centennial being just really resilient and managing to burn 3 minutes off of that clock. They had 3.5 minutes coming into that final turn, and they were able to hold them off for a full 3 minutes, make some really good fight exchanges, but they've still got to go the full distance. That is the downside here. They've got to go and be able to push it the entire way themselves, and Ghost is not going to make that easy for them.
No, absolutely not, because I feel that at the beginning we kind of felt like, oh, you know, this is pretty good. You know, they're looking to try and go 2-0 here, but I really think Ghost has put the fight to them. You know, I'm really excited to see how they perform on this second half of Hybrid. Might even see overtime. We might see everyone having to dip into the time banks, and obviously with only 30 seconds, I mean, it's one of those seconds. It's one of those things where it's sort of like, you know, it would have been nice to have that, but it didn't end up happening. So it's what it is. You know, it's something you're gonna work off of, and it might end up actually coming to bite them, not being that decisive. But let's see how it ends up working. Attack objective A is their objective. 4 minutes to do so. And they do have that Widow unlocked for a second. The swap now about to come through. No opening picks coming off of it. Ivy just barely on the outskirts, trying to find some space for their team, find some way to isolate this. Hazard is out. They back away, having to try and make sure they don't get picked off or isolated on any end of it. Still Mystic bringing that railgun up to 100.
He's just keeping everybody zoned out. Hazard on that backside, poking through the doorways, putting some of that pressure on. Ladder Loss finding the early elimination, though, on Diamond. So now it's going to be looking for them to go in on it, but Shadow Dancer trades it right back.
Yeah, it's only one of the DPSs. That's one of the things, and it's immediately tracking Kai. Shadow Dancer still also trying to make sure he's supporting his team, supporting the tank, making sure they don't die, and keeping that front line up and ready. It's still blocked by the walls. It's Tyler and the Diamond Man to find everything and more. Centennial HS Varsity stopped at the first attack.
Yeah, Ghost said, hey, you stopped us on our first attack. We're going to stop you on your first attack. Gotta burn as much clock as you can. But Centennial, they need to be able to do what Ghost did now and immediately get in there and take the point from them, or they're going to be in a dangerous time bank situation.
Yeah, that is absolutely for sure. The pulse being built up alongside everything else. Maybe it might come to having to combine all your ultimates and find something amazing out of it. Later, Alas finding Shadow Dancer, but Leoshi will find Ladder Alas, and the Diamond Man will also find the Kiriko as well. Ivy is only able to find one off of it, but the Diamond Man will make sure that everyone else is set to fall, as that is now half of the clock burned. Can they find something off of it? 2 minutes remain.
That is a big team kill there for Ghost. I mean, fortunately for Centennial, it's not far for them to respawn and get back to the point, so they can just kind of get back here and look to pressure as Ghost members are getting back into position right now. Ladderloss with the early pick there on Diamond Man, so they have the advantage once again. They can be more aggressive. Some of the pressure's taken off, but Ivy goes down. Ladderloss finds two, but Mystic getting another, and it is just back and forth trades as we are going to see Centennial, though, managing to find two more elims there on the end of it, and the last person remaining is Tyler, who still takes one down despite that, and Jade is going to be the one to start the capture.
Last man remaining, but out comes that Farah. Looks to get rid of Jade Ace. Also does have that barrage if they are able to use it, but there's no position in which they're going to be able to do anything about it. This is absolutely an 8-point cutting clean, but can they get that touch is the question. They're trying to get nearby, and it is not enough. They have to try and play now to stall out this payload.
But it's a big stall out. You know, that's a lot of time that they were able to take off of that initial push. So that only sets up the time bank for Centennial now even more. Getting in there really aggressively. Ivy getting one, and they are just going to all let these ults fly.
And Vibes still somehow finding two off of it alongside Ivy and Jade Ace finding Shadow Dancer. It's only going to be Tyler now and doesn't have a chance in hell of doing much. Maybe Ivy might be isolated though. Still trays back and forth. Tyler now stuck in their spawn. Looks to try and die so that his death is not staggered, but his death is going to be so staggered. I mean, listen, he's so far away from his team as they look to try and wait for everyone.
It's so funny to see just a wall getting the elimination like that on a Tracer, just being bumped into it, and that little bit of extra damage is what finishes you off. It's got to feel demoralizing.
But they're going to go forward into it. Ultimate's activated on both sides. Still, this payload now being stopped just for a second as they go for this skirmish. Dancing forward, nothing really found out of it yet, but Tyler opens up first blood onto Jace. Can I get anything more off of it? Still now into these choke points, into this room, as they're going to be able to find off of Mystic onto Ivy. Shadow Dancer as well, as this is just XPL AUG Ghost managing to turn Centennial HS Varsity to corpses. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remain.
That's so unfortunate for Centennial. They managed to get multiple members low, but couldn't get those finishing blows on them. And now they're coming down to 2 minutes, and Ghost is playing very aggressive. They're playing very forward. We're seeing Mystic take really aggressive high off angles, just kind of flanking around on this Sojourn and playing it really as kind of like some backline pressure with being able to play these high ground angles that they're able to escape out of quite easily with the movement that Sojourn has. Tyler with an early elim there on Vibes.
Yeah, and they're going to go off of it. Diamond Man also finding Ivy. It's brilliant stuff from Ghost, man. I'm loving this. And maybe Centennial HS Varsity can start to feel the criticality of the situation. Urgency now in likely all of them is going to try and call and make sure that this isn't the final fight. They want to try and get towards that second point, and they haven't even got to the third point. That's the thing, with this clock being burned down, regardless of what happens, they're barely going to have any time to get point number 3.
Well, this is the tricky thing, you know, with that pressure, we're talking about final fight situation. Even if Centennial wins a fight right here, it's still going to be plenty of time for Ghost to be able to come back and contest it at that end choke point before the payload reaches it. But again, Ghost is just going to come through, finding multiple eliminations. Shadow and Tyler, one apiece. Ladderloss gets one. We do see the bomb come off from Ivy, managing to find Shadow, but Mystic takes him out in that exchange, and Mystic is just tearing through Centennial right now.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. Hassad Overdrive also has that barrage with the Pharaoh. The rest of the ult's being built up shortly. What can Centennial do? It's desperate. It's urgent. It's 30 seconds, half a minute. They have to play off of, and a Kitsune Rush they'll look to engage off of. That Hazard trying to get some space for them. So much of a distance even required. Even if you get to overtime, you have to push it all the way forward. And with that clock still being burned, they're going to try and look to stall as much as they can, using that wall to try and isolate them. But the Diamond Man still does find Ivy. The switch not working to their advantage. Out comes Mystic to try and find something out of it, but the Yoshi will be the one to shut down Vibes. The Keeper can't get to the point. They're being forced off of it. 3 seconds, it's ticking down. They're not anywhere nearby as XPL EUG Ghost strike first in the Esports Series Championship.
Well done to EXPL Ghost. Vibes definitely has to play the game. There were some big moments there. Centennial had some really big plays, and they looked really good through a series of times, but they were just not able to bring those big elims when it mattered most for them on offense. So that is an unfortunate ending for them for this round of matches, but they're not done yet. But this is a big situation now for Ghost. They get a nice 2-0 to start things off, which means they have some leeway to work with. The pressure is now onto the other teams to either be able to go 2-0 as well, because being 2-1 now puts you kind of not in the ideal situation with a team being up with a 2-game lead.
Yeah, it puts you in the danger zone. You don't want to be in the danger zone, you want to be in the happy zone. We're going to be looking at the results and the standings as we go between all of these different matches. Our second match that we've got coming up here, of which is Pool, let me take a look, A instead of Pool B. It's XBL WTX Kraken versus XBL FRNK Storm. As the pressure, I'm not sure, since they aren't in the same group, I'm guessing, you know, there's less pressure. We're going to be able to see what's going on off of that. I'm assuming we're going to go to a break before we have our next match in what should be about 15 minutes at least, I believe. Just going to wait for confirmation on that. I'm going to talk until I hear production on my ear about that. But yeah, we are going to a break. Thank you. Any last words for finals?
Just looking forward to what's going to happen as we've got, you know, Kraken. We'll get to see them play back to back. So we're going to get a little more insight specifically on them here on the stream when it's their time. But until then, we will get ready to bring you the next match soon.
We'll see you later.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always
pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out to the morning light? 'Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the roof all by yourself? you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Welcome back to the ESC Overwatch group stage. And we're into round 2. We've got a second match coming up. First match was an absolute banger. Obviously, with it even being first to 2, you know, it can be quite quick as it goes. But that 2-0, as far as 2-0s go, was very entertaining.
It was very entertaining. And, you know, we got a full 3, you know, control points on that first map, which made it really exciting. So it wasn't very, you know, one-sided in that sense. It was a 2-0 for Ghost. You know, they're in Group B, so they get a nice little advantage. But now we're in Group A, and we've got XPL Storm and XPL Kraken going up against each other right now, and we look like we're going to be heading right back to Lijiang Tower again to start things off.
Hell yeah, back where we started. Control, Hybrid, Flashpoint. Those are your 3 categories of maps that we will be having here on the ESC Overwatch Championship. It's a path to the fortress that must start on Lijiang Tower. Magically, we'll send out the wall, looking to stop them from getting any force. So they do have the majority of the space stuck within the choke points, as Clark Sid will have to back away for a second, dashes over towards the high hazard, not sure that he can't get away, as the fight is won well by XBL WTX. Kraken, and the control of the point is likely to also be taken.
Yeah, Kraken with that really aggressive take, but this is going to be, you know, we just see Clark going very aggressively there, but now it's going to be the point, Kraken flipping it for themselves. You know, it's a really interesting situation here because these are 2 very different types of compositions from what we saw last time. We're seeing Reinhardt and Zen is already down again. Jeff Boy managing to take out Searsman, but Magically and Sharky getting 1 apiece. So right now, Storm is a little bit on the back foot and dealing with a lot of pressure on the side of Kraken. But we get a pin here early on, but that's gonna not be enough to take them out, as it's just Magically way too stalwart right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Immediately flying 2 off of it as well. Jet Boy and Reaperless found. And now still they can't do anything. This is an absolutely emphatic start to your Legion tower. Go on,
Oh my
son,
gosh.
get more from it. He's going insane. Ludicrous acrobatics from AJ12. That's just going to be magically finding Jetboy. They're killing them at their own spawn.
Just really aggressive early plays by Kraken. AJ putting on a clinic on this Genji right now, already having multiple multi-kill eliminations. We do see the Hazard ult coming through, looking to just continue to zone them out in this doorway. AJ finding the Tracer off the backside of it all, taking this off angle so nicely and just playing it really well, winning that side lane, and is now just going to be able to just be in the backline. He has the ultimate online, and he's probably going to be popping it here in a moment.
He's got the death blossom as well, but he won't be dying. Still, it's not an issue. The rest of his team have got this done, and in the bag, magically, he's going to back them up into their own spawn, and WPL, WTX Kraken are stomping on XBL, FRNK Storm. They have to fight now.
It just immediately the Kiriko rush comes through. They've got to get out of this doorway, but they're still just being boxed in there. Kraken not letting them through, and it is going to be a full hold 100-0 for Kraken for the very first map of this Control series. Storm gonna need to make some adjustments.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a bit of it's a very quick start coming out from the WPL WTX Kraken, and you know what, like, go to the drawing board. You aren't done with the map on yet, but it's worrying because you have so little chances in this series. It's first to 2, not first to 3. You cannot let go of pretty much anything, and you can't let anything go for free. So let's see if they can bring it back here and bring it 1-1 in this first map of Control. Comp changes. Seems that they've got alternating between that Cassidy and that Genji, but they keep the Cassidy instead.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if the Reinhardt is the play for them in this situation, and we are seeing the Cat Bastion. It's here from the OWCS early on. Seer Serpent finding that early elim, and now they're just going to be a terror from the sky. Oh
no, it's absolute death from above. They can't even do anything about it. They need some hit scan to shut down Super, but it's so difficult to track him because of the fact that the Jetpack Cat is just carrying him in all different directions and making him such a hard target to hit. As there's nothing they can do. They are coming out with pain in this first map of Control.
Just really aggressive plays on the side of Kraken, looking to see what they can get off. Immediately we see Clark get walled off from their team, but fortunately Ryan is very sturdy and is not going to go down easily. But AJ is now showing that they can do more than just play Genji, being a backline terror on Tracer as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely for sure. And with it all falling to pieces, there's just no, like, they're not even winning parts of a fight. It's concerning, and you have to wonder, well, how do you problem solve now? Because that's essentially the question that's being asked. How do you figure out how to get rid of this Jetpack, get rid of the Bastion, then solve? From there, is everything going to be fine? Are you going to be able to win the fight? Do you need to change anything? They haven't changed much. That's the thing. They've switched to the Sigma, I believe, as they're trying to go for this skirmish here. Out comes the Bastion, and they're not being shut down. Still being brought down to half HP, though, so then they have to evacuate. Magically still finding 2 off of it, though, while that's happening. Trying to focus on that Bastion, and that clearly causes issues for them. Magically might be actually brought to the depths, but no way. Oh, my God, that is ridiculous. Uses the movement to get out of trouble in a second, and not even able to find the tank, as it's brought to 70 HP, close to cap, trying to find also Alexino, and it's all found already. They force them back to their spawn again.
Magically putting on a magical performance on this Hazard, just being a parkour junkie, getting knocked off the map, but still being able to make their way back, using their wall to give them a ledge to jump on further. And it's just still gas pedal down to the floor for Kraken, as they are going to use the Kitsune Rush to bully Storm off the point as they began to start to flip it. It is just lights out for Kraken right now, finishing off everybody on Storm 1 by 1, full team effort. And that is going to be a very quick map 1 for Kraken.
0 points. 0 points of control percentage. Oh my goodness, what a start to map 1. I am that blew them away. It blew us away as well. Honestly, what I just love is just the pure aggression that they've got. They're like clearly throwing them sort of off their feet very easily. The second map to also bring out that little gimmick of the, the Bastion and the Jetpack Cat that they just weren't able to deal with. It sort of it created that issue where it's sort of similar to if you're an IGL and like any TAC FPS. It's sort of, I'm trying things and it's not working, so everything just feels kind of pointless and it feels very difficult, and the mental can shrink significantly. But they've got to bring it back for hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before in the previous match, while we were waiting for it to get started. We were talking about the changes to the Jetpack Cat Bastion because it had been so prominent in OWCS, and then they made nerfs to Jetpack Cat, and people were like, this may not be the correct things, it takes away from other parts of it, but clearly in this situation for them, didn't really matter. They were able to still make full use of it. But I feel like so much of that is a testament to Magically, who was just able to constantly be pressuring the backline and just pressuring the team as a whole on that hazard. And they just could not take care of him. And in the best situation possible where they could, where he went for a off-map parkour high ground, gets bouldered, and still makes his way back onto it after getting stunned, is just, there was no stopping him.
Yeah, there literally is no stopping this team, apparently. My goodness. XPL WCX Kraken go a map up against SPL FRNK Storm, and now they are one map away from securing at least top 3 in their group mathematically. Also, depending on other results, they may secure playoffs here with 2-0. I believe they won their last game 2-0 as well, but I'll look at the standings. I've got it right up here. Yeah, they won 2-0. They got a game difference as well, so I think they'd actually secure possibly playoffs. But obviously, it does depend on whether Hebron Varsity does win their game.
Yeah, but we will get to see whether or not they will truly clinch not only that spot, but the number 1 spot, because Kraken is going to be right back here in the next match after this one. So we're going to get to see how they continue on and how the other competition in their group is going to fare up against them. But they still have to close things out here. And Storm is definitely looking to make some adjustments here, coming out with a very different lineup for Kings Row compared to what we saw during the Control. So hopefully this bodes a little bit better for them here on Kings Row.
Yeah, hopefully. Can try to get off with a reset. They do have a Jetpack Cat, and they also do have a Bastion, which means the pain continues. They weren't able to deal with it last time, which is my concern. Are they going to be able to do something different here? Do they have the solution to this Jetpack Cat and this Bastion? That is my question. Problem solve needs to happen now. 3 seconds until this starts. You let out a sigh, and I'm sure they're about to as well. It starts off here on Kings Row. This map of hybrid needs to happen, or they might actually find themselves in the depths of elimination. Assistance immediately starts off onto Jeffrey Boy, also finding that immortality field as they still pushing towards them, not able to really deal with them. The hit scan characters still stuck on the ground, trying to deal with the support and the tank and trying to get that ult charge up, but they're still dealing with the Bastion, which is just ripping them all to shreds. Magically also finding the Tracer, and it is back to basics as they're left in the spawn.
Magically is just Thanos on any of these tanks that he's been playing on so far. Just truly being able to do so much, controlling space and finding eliminations on his own. Just so much value coming out there, while Sea Serpent is just being a flanking aerial Bastion, which is just such an insane thing. We do see a pin come out here with an opportunity, but it's not going to be enough, as Sea Serpent is still going to be able to take out the backline a little bit. Magically picking up 1 as well, and this is still going to be Kraken holding strong on defense.
Oh my goodness, man. There's nothing they can do against this Bastion Sea Serpent. Alongside this cat just ripping in the shreds, and they're already starting to burn this clock, almost down to half already. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in total to try and figure this out. As they hide behind them, look, they're waiting. The immortality field about to expire soon, shortly, as they run in towards them. All ults being charged on towards them. Is that's going to be Charky off with 2, using the nano to get Reaperless and Alex Zeno getting rid of the supports, and now they've got to back away. No chance, it feels like, still.
I don't know what is happening for Storm. We're finally going to see Jeffy swap over to the Emray, but yeah, they've needed a proper hit scan here to deal with this. A Sojourn or a Soldier 76, something to be able to put more consistent pressure on there. We do see a big grab ball coming out here. This is going to be massive for them. Caesar been finding 2. They're going to go for a full team kill right outside their spawn, and it is going to be lights out for Storm as Kraken just buries them back into their spawn room.
This is ridiculous stuff coming out from XPL Kraken. My goodness. They've literally set their home address for their spawn at this point. Listen, at this point, they haven't been able to really exit it, magically managing to get that stun in the boulder onto the Reinhardt just for a second. He's being brought down to half HP as well. The support's being isolated by the fact that the Bastion is dealing so much damage in that backline and nobody can deal with them. They're isolating them, and it's a lonely damn feeling to be a support or really anyone on this Storm side, as now they're brought back to their spawn for the 4th time this series.
And only 1 minute remaining, 60 seconds left. They do have the pulse bomb available for AJ, so he's gonna wait and bide his time for an opportunity. And again, the Bastion ultimate is available, so they can just kind of keep these fighting too with the pulse bomb. AJ coming through, big plays abound, and it is still just lights out for Kraken. The cat finally goes down. This is Storm's opportunity, but it comes after a team kill.
Velocity now for XPLWTX Kraken, and you have a feeling that if it remains like this, there's surely no way that they're going to be able to defend against anything. They'd even just have to bring it to a 3rd as Sea Serpent does also find, I believe, also that immortality field. AJ finding Jeffy Boy is now it's still this Bastion not being found by any of the hit scans, any of these switch, surely a switch to a different hit scan is needed. AJ, a menace in the back line, dealing with the supports, bringing him down to about 10 HP, having to dash forward and recalls back. And recalling back to a better time will be the Storm, as they still are even yet to find a single percentage of control in this series.
Well, this is going to be very difficult for them here on defense. They definitely have their work cut out for them, as they are going to have to somehow fend off the relentless onslaught that is the Kraken at this time.
Yeah, that's just so worrying as well. There's such a big mountainous task in front of them, and they're almost facing elimination at this point because of being 0-1. There's something they have to rely on other results at this point. Their fate is no longer in their hands, as King's Row may come to a close. The comp's about to be locked in right now, as there's 40 seconds possibly until they manage to not only secure this for the top 3, but possibly playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. I don't like this just because I despise this character. The character that Magically is currently on, I despise Hammond. He is such an obnoxious tank to deal with. And but he does what he's supposed to, and he's gonna roll in there, and he's gonna just immediately create space and be a problem for Storm.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, sort of just the being annoying is what they've been the whole game. They've just made it so difficult to be an XPL FRNK Storm player, and they immediately dash on in. Out comes all of the Kraken as they try to go in towards them, immediately magically creating that distraction. Sea Serpent finds Trixie as well, and now they're running towards that point. They just need 33%. They're managing to find him from the heavens, and also keep in mind, still you're going to have the other support with the Echo managing to deal so much damage. AJ's been so good for them this whole game, but it's just going to be a stomp. There's no chance in hell the Kraken get 2 in a row and will not be stopped on their path to playoffs.
The Kraken pulled them down under into the deep, murky depths and drowned them emphatically in their spawn, and then just tore them apart in the depths of this King's Row. And, just a lights out performance by Kraken overall. They are right now, Kraken, they look like they're going to be the team to beat. This is a team that is going to be willing to run various different comps, because that first map on Control, they didn't run Cat Bastion. They ran something very different, but they were still very aggressive. And then they just started pulling out the cat bass and they're like, hey, we can do this. We're going to use it. And it's working for them. So they're not opposed to different compositions and trying different setups in order to be able to, get things that work. If something is working, they're going to run it. If it's not
Yeah.
working, they're willing to try something else.
And that's the best part about it. The fact they're just sort of willing to do multiple things. It's not just a one trick type of thing. And I sort of wonder whether, these teams on whether they're other groups or, just, still in their group, but managing to get that second seed, are they going to be able in the future when it comes to that actual gameplay inside the fortress, sort of find a way to, anti-strat against them. I mean, it's LAN, it's important. You've got a lot on the line in terms of being able to stop them. So, I mean, I can absolutely feel for the other team, though. I understand just how heartbreaking a loss like that can be. And, I reckon that in a way, it can soften when you look at the team you lost to and the team goes on to win the whole thing. If that does happen, obviously. They're clearly a strong
Right.
opponent.
No, definitely. I mean, it's not the greatest feeling, but if they end up being, the best team here in this tournament, you're at least like, okay, a
Yeah.
little more understanding. But if anything, the main takeaway I would say here for Storm is that it has been made very clear the things that they need to work on to get better. They've had their weaknesses very clearly put out in front of them. And now they know that going forward, beyond the ESC, that there are weaknesses that they need to fill and what those weaknesses are. And right now it looks like, having like a really consistent hit scan in their pool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to have a break before our final game of Overwatch. Let's quickly just go over what we have. We have plenty of time before the next game. We're running perfectly on schedule, if not ahead of it. Let's see. We have game 3. Yeah, we do have game 3, and it's going to happen in about an hour or so after game 3 of Overwatch. We do have Rocket League, which will be coming up later for the Esports Series Championship. I suppose my last words. I think it's going to be a banger, game 3. I think people should stay tuned because that's going to be the one where someone's likely going to be going to playoffs. So it's going to be deciding some exciting stuff.
Yeah, our game 3 is uh going to be Kraken, the team that we just saw here, coming right back, and they're going to be going up against one of the other top teams in their group, LNHS Varsity, who is going to be vying for that top spot. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how these two teams play out and really determine who is the top dog in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. Your ESC Nationals Championship is coming soon in game 3. It's already here, but I'm saying, yeah, here's a game in about an hour. We'll see you then.
Until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home. drown. Don't let me drown.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get game 3 of the day underway. This is going to be LNHS varsity going up against Kraken, who we just saw put on a really impressive performance up against Storm. So this is going to be a final match of the day for us here on the channel, and we are right into it.
Yeah, let's go into it. Lee Jong's tower, it's control, and then you've got hybrid, and then possibly flashpoint. Could Ade end early? Could we have a deciding map to see who goes into playoffs? Kraken, I believe they are in playoffs themselves, so this absolutely should be non-consequential for them. They just want to look scary and make sure that they can do things emphatically. C-Serpent immediately starts off where he left off. 22 kills likely in the next few minutes because he's that damn good. That's his name, AJ. He adds to it as well. 2 kills from him, and the point taken control of. Absolute stop to start off with as the first skirmish.
And like Kraken did before, they start off really aggressive, immediately setting the tempo for this match. And you know, like we talked about, this match, it looks like they pretty much are locked in for advancing into the semifinals. So, you know, this is an opportunity for them to maybe try a couple different things if they want to, which is not something that they're opposed to. We are seeing Doomfist on the side of LNHS, but unfortunately not able to get an elimination. C-Serpent still winning that 1v1 exchange, finding 3 on it. AJ getting one as well, and this is going to be a team kill as Serpent and AJ do all the work.
The problem is that game differential, and it's not going to get any better, right? It's not going to get any better. This is kind of critical for LNHS varsity, and Hebron varsity will be licking their lips right now, looking what's happening. AJ finds more C-Serpent as well. This team, so scary compared to the rest of this competition, as they already are halfway to cap.
Yeah, and right now Hebron was one of the so far Hebron was the only team to take a game off of Kraken and able to force a game 3, but Kraken was still able to come out on top in that matchup. So that is going to be you know, likely the 2 teams that we see advancing into the semifinals, but immediately we're going to see Magically on the backside again with the ult going in all together. C-Serpent is going to clean up shot though, firing railgun after railgun. And this is just going to be another aggressive wipeout for Kraken on LNHS.
And they almost took the point as well, but that's as close as they're getting. No kills, no caught out for this LNHS varsity Overwatch side, as it's still 20% left. And look, they're in their spawn again. They're forcing them to fight at the front, and they need to get past it. Look, they're going to start doing some switches to get more mobile, but they don't do so. Not fast enough at the very least. They do have that Doomfist, but can they get there on time? 5 seconds is the time that they have to get on that point. They're being fought on the way there. They might just die before they can even do anything, as that cap is achieved, and it's achieved damn fast. 100-0 on Lee Jong Tower's first point.
You know, and this could be a situation like before where we get a 200-0 situation like Kraken did prior to Storm. So LNHS, they're gonna need to figure this out. Kraken, at least for now, it doesn't look like they're gonna come out on the cat bastion just yet, but we do know that they have it in their pocket, and I might have spoken too soon. I see the cat now and the bastion.
Oh no. Ah, well, it's happened. They've decided, hey, listen, we're having fun, so let's have fun. They activate the cat and the robot, and now they're about to lay waste to LNHS varsity. Let's see, though, whether they have a chance to actually end it. It would be lovely to see someone come up with a solution as they dive on forward, instantly engaging. They can see it now. It's revealed. Can they do anything about it as it's happening right now? Because they don't really have the best DPSs that are trying to adjust for both the support, the tank, and also this Bastion, who's just running all around them, not just circles. But my God, it feels like it's a fair race to playoffs, but these guys make it a sprint over, as this will be the point taken already. Zaciv will find 1 kill, but it feels like that's all they're going to take, unless actually Kakyo will also find C-Serpent, so maybe a little bit of relief. Can they hold it down?
And we are seeing Magically mess around with that Doomfist for the first time today that we've been able to see, but it is still Echo. We are seeing eliminations come through, though, for LNHS. Snotty and Freakiest getting in on the action, but Magically is still there, and LNHS does get percentage on the board as they have taken control of the point for the first time in this match.
Yeah, finally now Lee Jong Tower, some sort of resistance being shown as that ultimate about to come through. That Bastion Like to activate it, but being in that position against that Doomfist ain't gonna help you at all. Blocked, but still not able to block it enough. As Sea Serpent does find the freakiest, and now this will be the point flipped over again.
Yeah, it's just still, even then, such an aggressive oncoming onslaught on the side of Kraken, magically doing magic once again. AJ finding 2, and they have routed LNHS and are putting them back to spawn.
Yeah, it's a bit... It hurts, because you know the other match needs to not only just go your way, it can't go your way to win a map. It technically is in your hands, but even then, results need to go your way. So, with this not going your way, you don't... It doesn't even matter if results go your way. You don't even have a chance. 50% on this point now, as LNHS are trying to desperately claw things back. Magically, still on the front line, still dealing so much damage, down to half HP with the support. Deciding to just heal him up again. He runs away as they run in towards him. The freakiest finally manages to find his adversary as they back away, trying to make sure that they don't get caught off without a tank. Uses that visor, but can they find anything off of it? He's blocked and he just has to run away. No, but he's an Echo now. No longer Soldier 76. Still, look at that Bastion, low HP in the sky, and will be taken down by that Ash. They're finally finding ways to deal with this Bastion and the Jetpack Cat. As now Snotty trying to run in towards them. Zaciv also finding the Jetpack Cat as the fight keeps on going on. There's still so much stalling power on the side of XPLW2X. Kraken is the freakiest to find AJ12, that's fine, but you didn't find the point until now. Better late than never, they get control of the point.
I really like this pickup by Zaciv here on the Ash. It's a good hit scan pickup into the Cat Bastion. They've made it work out as they're able to find those eliminations, but Sea Serpent is now onto that Reaper, finding that backside Elim on Zaciv, taking that 1v1, and it is going to be able to be an opportunity here for LNHS, but Snotty is going to find AJ as the beat is dropped for them. Kakioi keeping their team alive and getting themselves more percentage here on the board. The revival out for AJ, trying to get them back in action. Then immediately they're going to find that Elim on Snotty, and it is all pressure now for Kraken, looking to flip this point back and end things.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for it. Magically finds more, and AJ likes to put an exclamation mark at the end of this map. Lee Jung Tower likely to be taken control of by the Krakens, as now with 10% left, that's all they got to keep doing. They switch over to characters to try and make things easier. The Lucio now dashing their way forward on towards it. The Kiriko also dashing in to come in for help. So can they get this final fight done? Can they manage to extend this into a third point? But with AJ finding 2, it doesn't seem like they are anywhere near that happening. Overtime comes to conclusion, and it is 2-0. Kraken are undeniably the scariest team in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Kraken is just so organized and so flexible. More than anything, it's their flexibility to play really whatever they want in these situations. I mean, we've seen Magically perform on so many different tanks already at this point. It hasn't just been a Sigma, and it hasn't just been Hazard. It's literally be coming out also on Doomfist. And, you know, that's a very versatile list of heroes that all have very different play styles. I'd say Hazard and Doomfist are a little bit closer, being characters that can jump around, but, you know, Sigma's pretty, you know, standstill based, you know, but it's just, they're so adaptable to what they run into, and they make whatever they want to play work right now. And that's going to be, I think, a really important factor for them going into these semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the best thing for me, or at least what I'm seeing as well, is just the fact that nobody's able to deal with it. It seems that fundamentally they just, you know, they have their number, right? They're absolutely playing with confidence, and the aggression of which they are playing at clearly overwhelms them. In fact, I feel that things would be a lot closer if they didn't play as aggressively, if they actually played to respect your opponent. And sometimes respecting your opponent can actually be the worst thing you could possibly do. If you're playing with that confidence and just running into them and it's working, then yeah, it's because it's overwhelming them and it's causing that issue to come up. We've got Hybrid coming up as the next map. We remember what happened on King's Row. It was not pretty do you think things would be different? Because that first control map after the second point did start to see some resistance happening. We could see the hit scans taking down that jetpack and that bastion. But like you said, with the many facets of play, I'm not too worried. Like they'll just switch over to something else and they'll be fine, surely.
Surely, but I mean, I would say this in that regard, in terms of the adjustments that they made and being able to fight back, that is LNHS. They were able to at least address the jetpack cat to an extent,
Yeah.
whereas Storm was not able to. And that was like one of the big issues for them on King's Row, where you literally had jetpack cat and Bastion sitting behind a building wall, camping your spawn doors and not letting you leave uncontested. Whereas if they can consistently be contested in that flanking position and, they find that elim on the cat, which can then lead to the elim on Bastion, that creates a really good opportunity for them to be able to at least capture the first point, which gives them breathing room. May not be a lot of breathing room because right now Kraken likes to strangle their opponents down to the bitter end. So, but it's more than what we've seen somebody have so far against Kraken.
It's a very bitter end indeed that they project for them. We are soon to go into this King's Row map. I'm not going to lie, I'm actually quite interested to see how they end up performing in the Fortress, of which they've absolutely booked their spot in by now. They're going through the playoffs. The question is, with your life on the line, you need to take this to a decider, or it could all be over. It all depends now, specifically on whether Hebron Varsity themselves, if they 2-0, it doesn't matter anymore. If they go to 3, who knows? If they lose 0-2, maybe there's a chance. I don't know if LNHS Varsity have that going in their mind right now, because often when you're against elimination, you kind of just focus on the task in front of you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there's a little bit of a gentleman's agreement right now between the two teams that's going on, and we're gonna see Torbjorn on the first point for both sides.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's a Torb v Torb for first point.
I love this. Oh my god, it's perfect. And gentleman's agreement to get it done. They lay down the boulder. That's where it has to start. Who's going to win this point? It all depends on the Torb. And it seems that AJ is going for it. Unlocks the power and gets it done. Zassi shut down. And that's them winning the Torbjorn World Championship. And they all die because of it. They will start off with a point. And there's nothing they can do about it. It's lovely stuff for the Krakens again.
And it's just, I mean, this is still probably the result that we would have seen. They just, had a little fun with it to begin with. So, hey, shout out to LNHS for being, in the spirit of it all and knowing that this is, a fun opportunity for both teams and they're making the most of it. But the payload is captured and it is now on the move for Kraken as they are going to look to take this the distance against LNHS.
Yeah, absolutely. If they could do some delay, though, I'd be very happy. They don't want to let this be a speed run, but with how they win fights so effectively, it could be an issue. They're actually looking to overwhelm them a little bit there. Are coming from multiple points from the heavens, just trying to, distract them and get them sort of, looking away from the actual points itself as they look to try and isolate some of them out, get running in towards them as they go into the building magically. Already starting to wreak havoc upon all of them from long ranges. Still, we won't be able to find anything quite yet, but with Sea Serpent opening up onto the tank, that means the front line is gone and they run in towards the rest of this damage and support. They will take them down. Snotty will unlock the railgun, and Zassi will also find Sea Serpent. Still starts to run away, this Genji, doing a bunch of damage, but Zassi will be shut down by the Torbjorn turret. And now, it just has to be Sea Serpent. BJ's just running in towards Snotty, down to 1 HP. And has to go back towards his support.
I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for AJ to come out with the Torbjorn ult. I'm just wanting to see the magma go everywhere and just spew chaos all across the board for LNHS. As they're going to be able to use it to really just essentially completely zone LNHS out on this entry point for a third point, but they may not even need to, as LNHS is just being completely pushed back in behind to the third point, and they are going to very steadily and comfortably roll into this second checkpoint.
I know, it's happening, isn't it? They're just looking so damn good as it goes. They're running towards them magically. Straight towards the back line, but he's going to be isolated. Not with AJ finding 2 though, off that ultimate. Still has it, I actually believe, but I don't know if he's popped it quite yet. Is now. Still, they'll start to run them down with the rest of them. Kakyoy finding Sea Serpent as this Genji stays nearby, trying to find some way to isolate one of these supports, or even the DPS, but with Torbjorn having all the support in the damn world, it feels damn impossible, uses the deflect, but won't be used in good time. As the Winston comes in, tries to start this fight off, Tsune Rush pops, it's not wanting to find Lava Tank, but still, Sea Serpent trades out for the tank, and now they're running towards it. No Dip wasn't ready, but still magically, with that Malgold, can run in towards it. They pop the blade, but can they find anything off of it? Zaciv finds Parasol, but will not be able to find 2, I believe. Never mind, okay, AJ comes as a package deal, and the Freakiest will also find Sea Serpent. So now they're getting towards its choke point, and with Zaciv trying to get away, this is some delay being brought for the time bank.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of value out of Zaciv on this Genji right now, which is really huge. And we do get the cage coming out, and you're boxed in with a gorilla. It's a dangerous situation to be in right now. Put up in the corner. Could go down. AJ manages to find Zaciv after they found one, but magically it's a back and forth exchange between both teams, Elim after Elim, but the Malga is on the hunt, looking to push LNHS back again, but they're going to be able to get regrouped out of spawn. AJ still has his ultimate.
No way. Okay, well, that's going to be a problem because now they can use that to pop it. Still will use that ultimate on the Bastion, but he's getting rushed down. Malcolm might go towards the floor as now. He will be the one to fall. They use that ultimate though. The magma being spotted everywhere. Kakyoy finding magically and Snotty also finding Lava Tank. They go towards him. AJ, he can find some trade back. They're still making it work without the tank. Out comes Kakyoy. He'll beep Sea Serpent away, and Snotty will trade AJ back. They are not able to bring this to 3 points quite yet, and some resistance keeps the distance for LNHS Varsity.
LNHS, at the very least, they are being tenacious. They know that they are the ones they are the challengers. They are the ones being pressured, and they do not want this to go down easy for Kraken.
Yeah, absolutely. Zaciv pulled down to 30 HP. Still has to be healed up by his team, but he's damn low. He's having to hide behind all these walls, brought back full health again, but he's shut down by AJ. An escalating feeling of this just going to absolute problems as AJ is running in towards them. Sound barrier used in the shield now shortly to expire. It's not used while they are fighting forward as the Tsune Rush now tries to engage something off of this fight, but they still haven't found a pick off of it. Magically finding the Freakiest as they run in towards him. Zaciv actually finding Sea Serpent, and magically also being found by the map barriers as he falls down to his doom. Snotty switches also over towards that Symmetra.
You know, I think at this point, Magically has had more eliminations to the off edge of the map than enemy players across the matches from what we've seen so far. That's twice now, back to back, that we've seen him go off the map for his death.
Oh yeah, and Zaciv will end up dying again. Still can't find any impact off of it. Did not have the blade, but it is about 15% away from it. So when he respawns, he will come back in to try and do something with it. Does get rid of the sentry turret. Sea Serpent now trying to run in towards him. 33% away from that Death Blossom as he does find Kakyoy already. Also finding the other support as now there is no backup left for them. They're trying to run this down to the 3rd point. Sea Serpent also finding Snotty, it all seems to come to the same conclusion, even if it does take a little bit more time, as it will likely be a 3rd point. But can they delay even further? Also has that Diva ultimate, will be able to use that Mega Suit as Zaciv does open up onto Sea Serpent.
You know, Sea Serpent's just been so good on this Reaper, being able to have such great tracking, but he does get taken out by Zaciv in that 1v1 exchange. Freaky is finding one. Kakyoy looking to take out the protection, and it is going to be Zaciv looking to clean up the backline once again, finding those eliminations. Snotty managing to take out AJ, and off the map, could this be Magically once more? He's on the other side of the map, manages to get back above, and is stalling things out, going for the big ult.
No way.
And they're off the map.
Yeah, again. Magically's really been having a bad time with map barriers, hasn't he? Okay, well, so they've taken everything but the 3rd point at this point. Still, LNHS Varsity will need to be able to get a point or 2 against them and get to where they got. The Freakiest overextends, though. Way too confident. Zaciv has the blade to pop now and Magically runs in towards them. still trying to isolate that Genji. I think knowing that he has it, and Zacian will be shut down. Can they stop them from taking this point? Out comes the barrier and the wall, but it won't do anything. It won't stop them from getting this point to completion as Lucio tries to hop around, has no ultimate, has nothing to offer in resistance. The blade pop from Zacian might be able to find AJ. He has that pulse to lay on them as Parasol will find 2, and his soul goes down to it, 2 meters, and they will tap again, but everyone's respawning. Can they stop it before it gets there? No time back now. They've delayed it that much, but can they stop it from 3? It won't matter. Time bank, nothing, but 3 rounds on the board.
I mean, in that entire time that they were pushing at the end there, Magically had Diva Bomb the entire time and could have just dropped it right, on top of the payload in the middle of the map, just completely zoned LNHS out away from it. But they didn't need to. Their team, through just pure grit and mechanical proficiency, were able to just get all of those elims on LNHS and manage to take it. But LNHS, at the very least, managed to burn through that clock for him. So it's not just a full, one-sided, oblivion for them. They do have life, and they are able to at least, find eliminations and win some fights now and again, which it has got to feel good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that just, some reprieve from the usual just getting stomped and everything being over quick is lovely for them. In fact, I think it's going to grant them some confidence going into this, hopefully not final, parts of the map. They can try bring it towards the 3rd round and try to get a chance to bring it to a decider. Let's see what they can do here on King's Row. Are they going to do the same thing? They're looking for a Torbury match in the chat. Apparently C-Turpin has the worst headache in North America. As they will start off. Let's see what they can do.
Immediately, Sigma maintaining their position back, just trying to hold this angle. It's, Kraken, they are going to look to go for a full hold, but LNHS doesn't want this to be the case. They want to definitely at least get that first point, but Kraken is at least giving them the, respect of not just trying to bully them in the backline with a Jetpack Cat magically with the early elim there. Sea Serpent finding Kiriko, and it is still going to be Kraken finding these elims here early on and putting the pressure on LNHS.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder, actually, ironically, if you look at statistics, how many percentage points against them on points have they even had to them? I mean, surely the most was on that map of control in the first one. They actually did look pretty good towards that 2nd round, as magically fighting at the front line. Now the Genji kind of isolated for a second, but has the ability to move out of the way. 70% now before he has that ultimate, and might be able to raise everyone to the sky and throw them back down again magically. Just throwing his balls at the enemy team, and now they try to find some opening pick. The Genji running in towards that Kiriko. Parasol back to safety. What's opening up automatically is now that is the tank down, but can that be the opening that they need? Maybe this could be a competitive affair because they're not getting on the point. It's really difficult. They have to try and get on it, and now it's down to 32%. It's ticking slowly, and they're not trying to. They're actually trying to turn for the fight. AJ will find Shikara owns, but also has that pulse in just about a second. Just can't die before it is up now. Now has that pulse, runs in towards them, has the opportunity to shut down anyone he would like, but he needs to stick it. We're now down to 66. Has it stuck on them? As that Sotiboti now down. One of the DPS is gone. Essential Soul of damage brought to their knees. As well, it's good progress to at least try and get the point done. It doesn't seem like they will get it done now. Half on the clock burned.
At least now, if they win their, they win the next fight nicely and are able to force them out of the space, it's going to be able to secure them that point definitively. Fortunately, magically not able to find any sort of thing off of his ultimate there, which is great for LNHS, but Parasol still does find one, and that is not going to be enough to stop magically from being aggressive and just shoving back LNHS, creating space and creating opportunity for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. Magically bounces off the floor for a second. He might just go ahead and find his second. He doubles up to find Saucy Watts. He will be shut down by Sassy, so has that blade popped up. Can he find anybody a bit more fragile with it? That does bring the Tracer down to half, but pops the recall to make sure that they're down up to 100 HP. Parasol finds Sassy. Super Serpent also finding the freakiest, and AJ will finish off onto the last support of LNHS Varsity Overwatch. A minute left, 60 seconds to save their tournament.
Gotta do everything they can here. Gotta throw everything you have at this. We have the Kitsune Rush coming out on both sides, ready to go. Both teams just getting full aggression magically on the Winston, finding 2 instantly off of that. And they are just gonna look to once again push LNHS back. AJ finding a double as well. And there's going to be 1 down, triple for AJ. And that is going to be a overall team kill for LNHS as 5 people got taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. Magic has 50% on that ultimate, will dash away. So sound barrier though does keep him safe. So we could have stayed there if he'd liked, but still, back in their spawn they are. 25 seconds to escape, or they will have their tournament be gone. Bygones be bygones. XBL, WTX Kraken seem to be too damn good. And as the Hazard dashes in towards them, they'll try this final barge, this final charge for the final fight, for the final point that they need. 10 seconds left, and they haven't tapped it yet. They're still trying to fight. The sound barrier, I think, also popped on them, but it might be a bit too early, because now they've got to fight and they've got to engage off of it. They're just making them expend all their ultimates, and it's not actually gaining any advantage magically. We'll find Zassi, Slotty will find Parasol, but they're going towards the point. Sea Serpent fighting uncontested from the heavens, nobody dealing any damage to him. He's just managing to do pretty much everything. The Cassidy running it towards him, into the health pack he goes, still being contested. Slotty wins the duel, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna win the day. LNHS Varsity are absolutely stomped on King's Row as XPL WTX Kraken still undefeated at the end of day 1.
And Kraken is going to be finishing out 3-0 from their group, securing themselves definitively as the #1 team coming out of Group A. So they're going to have that #1 seed spot. And we're still waiting for the other matches to finish up to find out who is going to be your #2. It's going to be definitely, most likely as it stands, Hebron, who did take Kraken to a third map when they went up against each other in round 1. So that's going to be your 2 definitely likely competitive teams coming out of Group A, looking to go into the semifinals. But Kraken have secured themselves in for the semifinals tomorrow. So they are going to be playing in the Armada Arena, the Full Sail Armada Arena. So exciting stuff for them. That's going to be an incredible experience nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy for them. You know, I think they absolutely should be happy with it. They deserve it. And I think in the Fortress, they are absolutely in for some crazy Overwatch tomorrow in the semi-finals and grand finals. Good luck to the teams participating within that. I believe probably other results are still ongoing. Let's see. Do you know who else is going to be in the playoffs? Just so we can wrap up with a little bit of context for the viewers, because I know on Pool B, it seems that XPL, Augusta, Ghost should be through. Yeah, they should be through. They will be the other team. They are currently undefeated, round differential of 8. So they are also looking very damn good. I think that might be a potential path for grand finals.
Yeah, so Ghost being the team that, they haven't dropped even a single map so far. They're currently in their 3rd match. So depends if they drop one there, but Ghost, we got to see them at the start of the day, and they are going to be looking like the dominant team coming out of Group B. So that's going to be likely who to watch for coming out of that group. And it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against the other side of Group A, and if we're going to get a really close competitive match out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. There is playoffs tomorrow, but today we still have more gameplay here in the Esports Series Championship. We have Rocket League, brought to you by, let me mention, the casters are going to be taking over us. Let's go. I'm scrolling up. Couldn't scroll up fast enough. Pyro and Yo Boy Q. So good luck to the both of them. I love Rocket League. Rocket League's one of my favorite games to watch. I just suck at playing it. Thank you very much for the cast and for the production and production crew, as well as the admins and everyone running the tournament, and also again my co-caster for being so lovely and good at their job. Do you have any words, any last things to say before we throw it away?
It's been a fantastic experience. Thank you for being such a pleasant co-caster here. But that is going to be all for us on this end. Looking forward to seeing how the matches play out tomorrow. I'm Flannels.
And you are done.
to protect your soul.
inside is bleeding, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then, or what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one. And I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
For 9 months, high school and youth teams across the country have been competing for this very moment, and now the ESC National Championships are here. I'm Pyro, joined by Q. How are you doing today?
Living the dream. I always love to have some Saturday Scholastic Rocket League. You mentioned a whole semester's worth of work has come down to this. I'm excited to get down to it.
Yeah, and absolutely. And for some of these teams, that work has extended all the way back into the very beginning of the season, with one of the teams in the field right now, the Franklin Panthers, qualifying by winning the VHEL Fall Championship. As we are now underway here on Champions Field, these series are short. It is just a best of 3 in this round-robin pool stage, with the 2 highest placing teams out of each pool of 4 qualifying for the semifinals, as that's an early chance for Fishy that will rattle off the post. Franklin, you have to consider them the favorites here, with probably the best top-to-bottom roster, with Coop, Xinc, and PCO, 2 SSLs and a GC2 there, and probably, I would say, 2 of the 3 best players in our bracket here. But anything can happen, especially in a series as short as a best of 3. All you need is just 2 quick game wins, and you can pull off an upset. And with just 3 series for each of these 2 teams to play, everything is on the line for the moment that they kick off.
Yeah, best of 3s, that I always call it like that shootout style series, is interesting because in those even best of 5s, let alone the longer series best of 7s, we call game number 1 the feeler out series, feeler out game of the series. But you drop game 1, you're already halfway down and out when it comes to a best of 3. So there's really less time to be able to make the adjustments, I'm sure, both of these two teams came in with at least some sort of a game plan, but I do have to agree as far as when we look at favorites heading into this, I think Franklin, when you look at just individual talent for the three players, has to be considered a favorite. We know that's not always the way that it works. Sometimes it's always about how you can put those three together, and it will be the Grizzlies who will be able to strike first, just shy of 90 seconds into game number 1.
Yeah, and the way that Franklin plays, affording a lot of respect to their opponents, kind of trusting themselves and their defensive ability. However, just as likely, Grizzlies Bravo are very comfortable playing the miss of their teammates, playing comfortable with one another. They have some of the best comms of any team in this tournament from my time watching them play. And absolutely, they can be dangerous if you underestimate them. They are very knowledgeable of how some of these opposing teams like to play. They know that they might have a slight mechanical disadvantage, so they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that their opponents are feeling overwhelmed, and they have started off with, I think, a majority of the pressure so far. As I say that, though, Duncan getting involved themselves, and that's one's going to be a shot pushed wide. It'll give some space to Presto as he looks to clear out of the blue half.
Gotta give credit where credit's due as far as to our Grizzlies here over on the blue side of the pitch. Obviously, they've been able to find the back of the net, but their defense has already been tested quite a bit. They've been able to find 4 saves. I mean, the Panthers have spent a good bit of time down here on the blue half. Chance going down the opposite way. Fishy will technically leave a cross to the opposite side, but no one will be there. It's Presto that tries to meet X-Sync high in the sky. Ball does end up getting buried deep inside the blue half. Coop will eventually pick it up. Has a little bit of space, but Presto denies the first look. Now going to be looking for the clear, but Fishy unsuccessful in that regards in the first look, but eventually finds a way across.
Yeah, and that's kind of the sort of rhythm that these teams you expect them to fall into. You're looking at Franklin to have strong first-man ability, able to get it past 1 or 2 players, but the rotation timing from the Grizzlies has been so solid, always having a player getting into the play just at the right moment with usually 60 or 70 boosts as well. It makes it very comfortable for them. They haven't looked too pressed. As I say that, though, a bump disrupts meta on the back line, allows a shot to come through from PC, almost finding the top left corner, but just barely saved away off the post. A couple of players required for the Grizzlies to get this one clear, but Fishy now works it to meta in the infield. He's got a reset, looking to drop it to ground. No contact from PCO, but Coop happy to collect that one, as his 50 will start out an attack perhaps, or at least get X-Sync into an offensive position here for Franklin.
2/3 of the way through game number 1. It's a 1-goal lead for now. Meta was looking for a shot over the defender of Coop, but Coop is able to rise up and swats that one aside as the Panthers still looking to try and find a clear. Fishy does a great job of winning the 50, leaves it for Meta. 1 touch off of the sidewall. Can they track it down for a second? The answer is no, but Presto, who's waiting in the shadows. Kablamo onto 1 defender. Presto follows it up, but ding off of the post twice. Assistance now for the pinch. Looking for the clear as the Kablamo whammo combo as X-Sync takes out 1. Coop looks to deliver the dagger, but that rings off the post.
The woodwork putting in overtime on both ends of the pitch here, and still the attacks coming through from Franklin. That one not able to be saved off the post. And you felt like eventually, with how frantic the backline got here for the Grizzlies, at some point the dam was going to burst. Unfortunately, it happens off of an own goal from Fishy. Meta unable to save it. There was an attacker bearing down on him. He had to get a touch. Just unfortunate that it was into the back of his own net. As you're seeing now, maybe a little bit more loose play here from Franklin, understanding, okay, even if we just let them get touches that we don't think is going anywhere, it's hard for us to follow. If we start to meet them where they're at, we're just going to be able to outspeed them. We can use our boost advantage, and that has gotten them now onto the offensive half much more often than they were in the first half of the game. As I say that, though, here are the Grizzlies, taking an attack themselves. X-Sync clearing back forward, but handled by Fishy. A delicate balance between these two teams right now.
Back and forth as the pendulum swings for sure. Both teams vying for that control, especially in our closing 20 seconds of play. Coop able to jump into the passing lane, taps that one away. It's X-Sync off the sidewall. That's towards the net, but will be just a tad bit high. Grizzlies now take the possession. They're going to look to flip the pitch. Not quite going to be able to bury that one. A couple of demos will now give the Panthers a chance to be able to find one last counterattack. Coop's shot denied. PCO. Oh, it's off of the post and about 60% of the way in, but it's zeros on the clock and we're off to overtime.
Yeah, now just inches away, pixels away for Franklin a couple of times here. They're going to have another chance lined up, saved by Fishy. The press of this Franklin offense so deadly so many times throughout that VHL fall split now. showing itself to be a problem for the Grizzlies defense, but they have passed that test for the most part, just letting in that one goal. Converting onto offense, here's a shot. It's going to be cleared well hard by PCO. That's going to push this one all the way back into the blue corner where both teams will reset. The touches by the Grizzlies have been a little rushed, but ultimately the deep set Franklin second man not really willing to press the issue, allowing the poor touches to happen and just play a 50 after that. Here's Xink, a lot of space in the air. You don't want to see this happen too often, but that one well deflected to the side. PCO follow-up, and it's going to be there for the Game 1 comeback victory for Franklin. As Xink, it was a solid 50 by Fishy on defense, but everybody caught up under the ball for the Grizzlies and nobody able to get the quick follow-up as PCO slamming it home for the 1-0 series lead and match point.
Second effort there is going to be what gets this Franklin Panthers squad across the finish line. You mentioned the comeback from the squad over on the orange half of the pitch. And normally we talk about how games like this one here usually can be a building block as far as for teams, even when you fall behind with the L. The problem is there's not much time to build. We talked about it earlier. It's a best of 3. You've now got to find a way to pivot and turn your focus into that game number 2. It definitely felt like there were some points that it felt like the Grizzlies really seemed locked in. It's just at the end of the day, the Panthers squad just proved to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, and it's a tough way to see it swing this way as well with how much more comfortable the Franklin looked in the second half of this game. With just 2 games to go, if you're a team looking to pull off that upset, you really want to get these early games to kind of set the pace and give yourself a little bit of room to breathe, especially in a best of 3, as you said, with not much room to kind of collect yourself, as we're going to get right back into the action here with the Grizzlies' backs pressed against the wall already, as Franklin looking to secure this series win with an early shot going in for Fishy and just the back line of Franklin opening up to get an early goal off the kickoff.
Well, this is exactly what you were hoping to do. Kickstart things early for the Grizzlies after dropping game number 1. 5 seconds is all it takes. They'll be able to find themselves a quick one. However, I think the big thing I'm going to be really looking for the Grizzlies, especially in this first probably like 90 seconds or so, is some prolonged possessions. It felt like we had seen some good offensive establishment early, but later on it ended up being more about the Panthers. And man, it does not take the Panthers long to respond. It's all but 9 seconds and we're knotted up at 1.
Yeah, this is kind of one of their keys to success is keeping the ball in the high air where they know that they're going to be faster. That time using the corner wall to their advantage. Backboard defense is something that you can kind of take advantage of if you have spotted a weakness there. It's often going to be those lower ranked players sometimes struggling to cover the backboard quick enough, and in that case just the corner wall backboard, everything was open for the Panthers to capitalize on. Xink pitching that one across the mouth of goal, but a little too quick for anybody on his team to follow up on, so it will be guided out. Yeah, sustained pressure going to be a must here, as there's an errant touch that's going to allow Meta to score. Couple of defensive lapses for Franklin, causing them to concede too early, as PCO's touch just not where he was looking to get it, and Coop not able to bear with Meta coming down quickly onto his car, onto the ball, and slotting it home for the 2-1 lead.
So plenty of time. I mean, only 38 seconds have expired. We're not even a full minute into this thing here. Presto looking to try and make a play quickly off of the kickoff. Will be denied just inside the 18-yard box. Coop will be able to take Meta out, sends him back into respawn as it's the Panthers who will look to try and establish possession and find the clear. It's another swing and a miss. It's another whiffy whiff, and the Grizzlies going to be able to punish that one as well, as it's now 3-1.
Second man positioning again being such a boon for the Grizzlies here, just having somebody in the midfield, both on defense and on offense, both of them really used in that play to get out of defense and then immediately find a quick goal on the counterattack, making it very difficult now for Franklin to play their kind of game, resting on their laurels until they see a mistake made. These connections that the Grizzlies are making on the offensive half of the field are opening up a lot of space for them to work. They're keeping it away from Franklin players in a way that they can really work off of, and it has converted to an early 2-goal lead here.
Still time if you are the Panthers to be able to respond. Remember, they were the ones who were able to complete the comeback in game number 1. Can you put this over Meta's head? No. Rises up enough to put it up off the backboard. Fishy finds another touch to be able to send that right back down into the Panthers half. Let's see if they have the ability to strip this one away and potentially set up a half-court game. Instead, it's Coop who will launch it deep into the blue half. Xink looks to meet in the sky, meets the possession, looks to deliver one, but it's Presto who denies.
Yeah, still awkward though for Fishy having to read that one down off the ramp. He cannot, and Xink just having to sit there and wait for the miss to come through as it does. And this time it's kind of the offensive patience from Franklin that they look to rely on here. And that's a tough read. Fishy has to read it on all 3 dimensions. All Xink has to do is line himself up horizontally and let it drop onto his car. So he'll take that one for 1 goal back. And as you said, there's just so much time left in this game with how quickly things have developed. As Coop's going to look for another one quickly. It's going to roll off the post and go in. As another touch that's just so difficult off this ceiling ramp for the Grizzly defense to read. And here, nobody making contact. Coop will just see it through. And already, 6 goals scored in just 2 minutes. We're tied 3-3.
You can hear the crowd going crazy. Coop! What a big goal here to be able to tie things up with just 2 minutes gone by. And this is now where, for sure, Grizzlies got to be thinking back to game number 1 where the Panthers were able to come back and steal one. Now potentially looking to do so just a little bit quicker. Yeah, there's still a whole half to play, but that means now with things already being even at 3, there's more time to finish without requiring an overtime. It's PCO off of the side wall, looks to settle it down. Will have it knocked out of their control, but it's Coop who looks to pick it right back up and go on to the attack, but the defense for the Grizzlies refuses to budge.
Yeah, and again, now we're seeing some times where the ball is floating in the high air and neither team really willing to take a stab at it. As I say that, though, here's Coop finding a brace quickly. And maybe the Grizzly defense being caught napping a little bit too patient. Coop, a good self-pass off the sidewall. Both players that could have made a save right under the ball a little too close. And half the game gone. Now a 1-goal lead for the first time this game for Franklin looking to restore order.
Couple of unanswered goals. Coop back to back here to be able to allow for the Panthers to put themselves in control. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Presto looks to settle it down. Fishy can't finish it. And Meta will have to retreat back, make sure that they'll be the first one to meet with a little bit of pressure on the defensive side. Presto, 1 touch off of the sidewall. Will send a shot, but nowhere near enough to be able to squeeze this one past Coop, who will be able to record the save. Now looks to pick it up off of that back wall, has plenty of gas to work with. Gets knocked out of their control. Fishy swing and a miss, but it will eventually be Xink's first shot denied. PCO still keeps the possession only but for a moment for Franklin.
Yeah, this is another advantage of Franklin's pace, is that they can afford to go for a lot of these bumps coming through with a player on the Grizzlies oftentimes just sitting under the ball, staying still, makes them a very easy target for an attacking player to just kind of pluck out, get out of the way, and convert into some more offensive pressure. Hasn't resulted in a goal yet, but has resulted in a couple of attacking looks for Franklin thus far. Here's another one from PCO. Looking to get it to Xink in the midfield off the backboard. Tough read for Presto, and he can't get there. A hat trick for Xink will extend Franklin's lead to 2 as they look to secure their spot in playoffs.
Nice dime here from PCO. Gets Fishy up off of their feet. Presto tries to make the adjustment. Got to give credit. Just can't quite make it there in time. And now with 1 minute and 9 seconds left, yeah, 2-goal deficit is obtainable to be able to overcome, but you got to find that first one rather quick. I thought maybe there's a chance for Presto there off of the kickoff. Fishy swing and a miss, which will allow for Xink to bury this deep inside of the blue half. Meta will be able to pick it right back up. Looks for the counterattack. That's over 1. That'll drop right down. Oh, but Presto's shot rings high.
Yeah, just again, the margins are so tight in this game. Xink almost finding a corner read there to really secure it. But this one is so important for the Grizzlies, needing this win to stay alive in the chase for playoffs. That one going to be dribbled through for another 50. 30 seconds remain on the clock. Cuxer pinch from Presto has caught PCO off guard. Anybody there for the shot? Not quite, and the pinch clear will burn even more time off the clock. It's got to be here and now for the Grizzlies. This is going to be a chance off the respawn for Meta. Tap back by Fishy, but PCO intercepts it, and every one of these touches by Franklin is burning even more time off the clock.
Ooh, and then another one here for Coop, who had already seen the hat trick from X-Sync and said, you know what, I want one of those too. Let me get mines just before time expires here in game number 2. And at this point, if that wasn't already curtains, surely that one there ends up being the nail in the coffin, the final 12 seconds, all but a technicality, as it will be the Franklin Panthers who come in and complete the sweep here in round number 2.
And quite the showcase of their offensive potency in this second game, a 6-3 victory. Not quite as comfortable as the scoreline would indicate, especially with the 6 goals that went in at the start of the game, but their mechanical class and their ability on the ball ultimately won them the day. Defense as well, picking things up where they needed to at the end, not allowing for any clear chances like they were affording to the Grizzlies at the start. And that has locked up now their spot in the playoffs with both them and Franklin Storm 2-0 in Pool B. As for Grizzlies Bravo, alongside Affinity Esports Red, their run at ESC Nationals will be over. They have one more round left to play, but both teams are 0-2 with only the top 2 teams in the pool advancing. That means that they have been eliminated.
Hey, big shout out to them for still being able to make the trip and being able to qualify to get out here thus far. You did mention, though, we've still got some more action coming your way. We've got round number 3, which we'll be hoping to get kicked off here shortly. And I guess my question to you is, with the type of dynamic plays we saw coming out on our screen on that last one, are you expecting more of the same here in this next series?
Yeah, I think so. We've got Affinity Esports Red and Grizzlies Bravo up next. And with how both of those teams like to play, they're going to look to move quickly. There's going to be a lot of fast-paced play. Maybe not so many solo plays in the air, but absolutely a lot of quick team connections. It's going to be a good chance to see how these 2 teams have gotten to this point, a good chance to see how they've grown as teammates and in comms as well. I think it's going to be a great matchup ahead of us.
Should be a lot of fun. Make sure you guys are staying locked in, especially over here on the YouTube. Smash that like button down below. We'll be back after a short little break with round number 3 right after this.
I wonder what went wrong today. Why do I feel like I linger between the words you say, to say the words you remember.
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Find your way back home. drown.
like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I run to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me What can I do to make you stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESC National Championships, and we are very excited to continue this round-robin Rocket League action here as we have a very important matchup in Pool A between Rocky Mountain Grizzlies Alpha and West Texas Roughnecks, the top 2 teams in this pool, both of them needing at least some result here to advance. I am once again Pyro, joined by Q. Q, how are you feeling about this matchup? You excited?
I am excited. You always love to see when it comes down to like the final set of like round robin play or a group stage like this, whether it's where it does feel like the Grizzlies probably feel more secured in the fact that they've advanced more about seedings, where on the other side, it is kind of more about at least taking a game to make sure you can qualify. But, obviously winning the series makes you feel a little bit better. The stakes are high. There's something in the air about Scholastic Rocket League on a beautiful Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening. So let's go ahead and get down to it. Game number 1. Let's get down and do what it do.
Yeah, and these are 2 of the highest quality rosters that have made the trip to Orlando. On one side, this Rocky Mountain team currently 2-0 in the pool, needing just 1 game win to secure their spot in playoffs. That is Chip, Doom, and Don Boss. They have qualified through, I believe, XPL, but they also made some deep runs in VHEL Spring as well. On the other side, you have Ram, him, and Dami, who qualified via PR. Dami, the best player, I would probably say, in this whole tournament. He's got some top 32 results in APAC. He's got that contender title from being a sub in APAC on the Croatian national team for ENC, and he's trying to dish up his team here. So very exciting seeing the level of play and caliber of players that are going to be here in front of us for these next 3 games.
Super excited to see the talent that's out on the pitch. Means we should be in for a banger here. Chip's first shot will be denied by Dom. Doom will be there, leaves it all for Don Boss, who will be able to slam that one on home. And took a little bit of time, but not too long for the Grizzlies, as they'll strike first with only 1 minute and 2 seconds gone by.
Yeah, and here you're going to see, kind of unlike last series, a very big difference in play styles between these 2 rosters. From this Rocky Mountain side, you're going to be looking more towards applying very quick pressure, very fast-paced, looking for follows, compared to how you expect this West Texas Roughnecks roster to play. They're going to be more so looking to create space for themselves to go for solo plays and operate that way. So it's going to be, because of that, the side in blue setting the pace most often, and that's Chip finding a second goal here. And that can be the problem when you're a team that relies on creating space for solo plays. If you go up against a squad that is able to challenge the ball quickly, you can oftentimes find yourselves caught out, as Rocky Mountain does here, to give themselves a 2-0 lead.
We're only about 1.5 minutes gone by, but it is worth noting a majority of the time has been spent, or at least when we talk about ball possession, it has been Rocky Mountain who has had the control, and that's now a third. And yes, indeed, anyone can cook. And 3 unanswered to start things off, let you know just how serious the Grizzlies are taking things here in round 3.
And that is a filthy pre-jump by Doom, going off the ceiling and just waiting to use his flip, placing it perfectly top right, tuck that ball good night. Just precision and perfect play there from the Grizzlies. This is a very dangerous roster, and we're seeing why already. That's almost a 4th goal there. Don Boss not able to find the mark. And again, this is a Grizzly squad needing just 1 game win to secure their spot in playoffs. Meanwhile, for West Texas, they need at least 1 win to have a chance. A series win would secure it, but if they get swept, they're eliminated. If they get 1 win, they're either out, or it comes down to game differential or goal differential. The margins are so thin right now in Pool A, with every team still having a chance to qualify. And every goal, every game, heaping pressure exponentially onto the team that concedes it, as this one's going to be 4-0 now, courtesy of Doom. Everybody getting involved in the scoring here in a couple of different dimensions for Rocky Mountain, as they now extend their lead to 4.
Tough situation to be in if you're the Roughnecks, because, man, the Grizzlies seem to have really caught their stride here early. You mentioned needing to at least pick up a game, and right now they seem to be firing on all cylinders over on that blue side of the pitch. Don the Boss is going to lose the 50 on this. It does mean the Roughnecks will be able to find a clear, but eventually it's Chip who licks to pick it up. Don will try to find a control off of the backboard, will unfortunately lose the control. Dom up in the sky, look towards the net, won't quite find its mark.
That's an opening downfield. Chip going to play around with the ball a little bit before passing over to Don Boss. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there. The Grizzlies toying with their food, as it were. They will remain comfortable in this 4-0 lead, but maybe displaying a bit of confidence, maybe even a bit of overconfidence. But of course, when you're winning by this much, you feel like you can afford to take those kinds of plays. Cuxer from Doom will be right into Dami's possession. This is kind of the name of the game here for the Roughnecks is getting the ball to Dami in space, but he has struggled to have any sort of clear possession so far in this game, and that has allowed this 4-0 scoreline to materialize.
And Dami and company really struggling when it comes to finding any sort of semblance of relief when it comes to finding the clear. If anything, it's just past the midfield line, then all of a sudden the Grizzlies right back on the attack. Doom tries to find a heck of a dunk, doesn't find its mark. It's the second effort from Chip, though, that's going to find the lace, and that's now 5 unanswered to get things started here in game number 1, and we've only got 1:34 left to play.
Yeah, so much credit to the follow-ups here by the Grizzlies. It is deceptively difficult to get to the ball quickly and still place it well with decent power, but pretty much every time that it's been asked of them, this side in blue has responded by placing it on target, placing it well, and making it extremely difficult to save comfortably. I mean, you can just see why they've been so dominant across the youth esports scene this season. They've got another look here. That one shut off by Dami, and maybe a chance to work downfield for a counterattack. Him off the sidewall, Dami following up for a 50, but immediately forces this West Texas roster back on their defensive side. And these 50s are getting a little more forward, though. Ram chipping that one on target. It's going to flow into the top right corner. And that's a good first goal for the Roughnecks. Just a good spot there off the corner and a beautiful placement into the top right.
That's the start. 1:02 left, down by 4. I mean, the chances of a comeback, possible, sure. Probable, I'm not sure about that one, but I think most importantly for the Roughnecks, if you can take this last 60 seconds and continue to compound down some pressure, find yourself maybe another goal, maybe even 2, something to feel like you've got some momentum heading into that game number 2. We mentioned earlier the shorter series that we have here in group play. That one will keep at least one more goal from coming across. Rams high in the sky. Chip denies the first look, but it will be off of the hood, onto the hood of him who finds the net, and that's going to be 5-2.
Yeah, and as you said, momentum is just oh so important. That's a great bump from Dami there, clearing the way. With the extended breaks between these series, sometimes you're often taking the same amount of time in-game as you are out of game. So it is so important to be able to get back on track, and extremely important as well for the Roughnecks to get something going into game 2. As you said, they need that with how little time is really afforded to them to get into a series, as it were. A double commit on defense here from the Grizzlies. This is much better on offense from the Roughnecks. A lot of good looks. Here's another one from Dami. Opts for a Zen touch. Instead finds the net wide open, and he'll drop it down. So 3 back here for West Texas. 20 seconds. Anything's possible, Q.
Hey, you know, sometimes there are people in the Rocket League community who go by this. I know my little brother goes by the 10-second rule. So it's still doable for sure, especially if you can make something happen off of the kickoff here for the Roughnecks. It doesn't look like they will, however, and if Chip can sink this deep inside the orange territory just like that, that'll do it, especially when you find one across the goal line, as we see on our screen. At the end of the day, it really is more of a cosmetic goal, right? I mean, the Grizzlies had already secured game number 1, but it will be a reminder to the Roughnecks that they're still here over on that blue side of the pitch.
Yeah, and it's kind of another instance of you see the ball pop tie, you're thinking, okay, this is a good chance. If I can just get the beat, I know they're gonna go. I just need to get one touch over. But the speed that this Rocky Mountain roster displays, and look at that beautiful aerial fake to open up a shooting lane for Chip. I mean, just showing off now the Grizzlies, Don Boss, and it's just perfect. Finding exactly where the hole in the defense is, that fake making it even harder to read exactly where this ball is going. All 3 members of the Grizzlies involved in this play. I mean, with how quickly they can get up in the air, it just can feel like a whirlwind around your box, and that makes it so difficult to play defense. That's 7 goals now in a very secure win for the Grizzlies.
And the Grizzlies prove that they are indeed the big dogs here as far as on the pitch for now. 7 goals off of a plethora of the shot, 15 off of my quick maths that I'm seeing on screen. And I mean, hey, got to give credit where it's due. WTX was able to hold the line for a bit, but when you have 15 shots coming at your net, at some point, the line is going to break. They've got to find some way to be able to maintain the possession down on the opposite side of the field. Otherwise, we could very well be looking at another sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is playoff secured for the Grizzlies with that game win now. So all that's left to be decided is if the Roughnecks can make enough of a comeback here to keep things alive for them. I do believe they need to win this game, either win the series or win this game by 6 goals to give themselves a fighting chance. Obviously, you would imagine they want to do the former. Here is Dami working things forward. And the one thing you will say, even though it ended with a bang for the Grizzlies, that second half a lot more in control, a lot more comfortable defensively, offensively for West Texas. It felt like they had more opportunities. It felt like they could create some more space, though, but they still have to deal with this devastating Rocky Mountain attack. Just every time this ball gets into the high air, it is Chip to Doom making it work and getting 1 goal on the board.
Chip delivers the dime. Reminded off the back of the explosion that anyone can cook, and Doom has definitely been in the kitchen thus far here today. Quickly into the driver's seat, the Grizzlies find themselves. Let's see if the Roughnecks can find a response. Double commit up for the save means maybe there's a chance as Ram wraps around in the corner, tries to maintain the possession, but eventually it's Doom who picks it up and now has room. Can you carry it coast to coast? No, eventually will be denied, but Chip will be able to pick it up and allows for the Grizzlies to at least bury away some more time.
Yeah, and once again, these high pops, a little difficult for the Roughnecks to deal with. The ball just slowing down, getting into awkward spots, and the follow-up from the Grizzlies, it seems, at least from the West Texas perspective, it's always perfect. And that can be such a hard thing to overcome mentally. Nobody able to make the save there. All 3 players on West Texas had a look at that ball, but no clean contact found, and Don Boss, his 30 boost chip at midfield will end up being good for goal number 2.
Puts that thing high, hits him with the floater, a little bit of the raindrop, drop top. I don't know, something about the flip-flop. The Grizzlies up 2-0 here with 1 minute and 20 seconds gone by. The Roughnecks, you mentioned they need at least a game. Feels like if they want to feel secure when it comes to playoffs, they need to pick up 2. Currently down by that much here in game number 2, and still more possession for the Grizzlies. Down on this orange side, Dami will eventually be able to find a clear, but won't be able to maintain the possession. It's onto the hood of Don Boss off the left wall, but Ram intercepts around the midfield line.
Yeah, and it just feels so difficult for West Texas to get any clean looks at the moment. The only real way that you think that you can maybe beat this Rocky Mountain squad is by just sitting back, waiting for chances, and then finding mechanical counterattacks. And that's exactly what Texas have been trying to do, but they just can't get clean looks at the ball. And again, every time an attack even gets turned away by the Grizzlies, it's a lack of space on the other end. Now here's Dami, though. He finally gets a look. This one easily deflected away by Doom, and already it's a positive counterattacking look. Maybe not, though.
Hey.
Dami making good work out of a couple of deflections, bouncing around the field, and right place, right time, 1 back for the Roughnecks.
This is what you're looking for. Nice capitalization. It's a beautiful entry pass in for Dami, who will be able to slot that one. Successfully takes that lead and cuts it in half. And when you compare it to what the offensive production that the Grizzlies had through the first half of play in game number 1, we're not just talking about the scoreboard, but also just the amount of shots that have been put towards the orange net. It really feels like the Roughnecks have started to turn the corner over on the defensive side. Now it's about finding a way to maintain the possession on the other side of the field. Of course, as I say that, it's a swing and a miss from a player on that back line. It feels like him probably should have got it, if not Ram coming the opposite way. Instead, the biscuits in front of the basket, and that's going to be good eats each and every time.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate to him, feeling like he has a better line in the ball. Ram maybe a little bit easier for him to hit that, but they both end up throwing each other off. Nobody gets the touch, and it just ends up floating in. Now, the second type of mistake like that for West Texas in this game, and with how important and how difficult it's been, it feels like every single time that there's a goal for the Roughnecks, they have to scratch and claw their way downfield, and giving up easy goals like that is going to make this comeback effort feel so much more difficult.
And with the Kablamo keeps this Roughnecks squad pinned back. They'll eventually find the clear, but the defensive rotations from the Grizzlies feel like they've been quite on point. Him right around the midfield line pops it up, will send it forward into the blue half, but it's Chip off of the backboard who will send it right back towards the team in orange. We're now down to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and unless the Roughnecks can find 2 while holding the line, the Grizzlies are going to be able to complete the sweep.
Yeah, and this has got to feel so frustrating for the Roughnecks, especially considering kind of how they like to play. They have Dami, who's such an individual talent. Ram, he's a 1v1 main. they're just all looking for space on the ball, and now they will finally find some playing the miss, and that's exactly the kind of confidence you need at this point. Even when your backs are against the wall, just put yourself in a position where maybe if just one thing goes your way, you can find your way onto the board. And Ram doing excellent there. Again, another 50, hard to read off the ceiling ramp, and making its way down for this lead to be cut down to just 1.
They're within striking distance. 70 seconds is a lot of time in Rocket League. Of course, the most important thing, we had mentioned how this Grizzlies squad seems to have more of the control of the sky. Can they continue to keep the boys in blue grounded? That's going to be the true test in this final minute. Chip's going to win the 50 on that. Doom already up. It's a pass to the middle for Dom. Bang! That's going to extend the lead back to 2. And all of a sudden, the Roughnecks back in their deficit, and they've got to find some way to move with a sense of urgency in this last 50.
Yeah, and it's just that subtle touch by Doom into the corner that really emphasizes for me how much of a team that this Grizzlies roster is. If you're not trusting your teammates, you're thinking, okay, I need to find a way to get this on target or close to the net. But Doom knows that there's going to be a quick follow-up, just playing it off the corner, trusting that it's going to be difficult for the opponents to read, but easy for his teammates. And that is just picture-perfect stuff from the Grizzlies. Rotationally, positionally, I mean, everything has been really comfortable for them, it seems. Even when they concede, it's just a quick mistake that they can quickly get their goal back on. And now just 30 seconds away from another sweep in the group.
Grizzlies just looking to play creep away. Their possession takes more time off of the clock. And if it wasn't already curtains here in game number 2, certainly that there has to be the nail in the coffin. The slightest of touch of doom to leave it for Chip, who's able to bang it on home. And here now, it's going to be the Grizzlies who will use the last 23 seconds for nothing short of a victory lap.
Yeah, maybe one chance if Ram can get it here. It's the 1v1 spot he wants. Looks for Dami, but Chip there to cut it off, and that will formally certify it. A couple of pre-jump plays here from the Grizzlies. They know that this one is done and dusted. They will be the top team out of Pool A with the Roughnecks, despite a strong effort from them in this series, taking a series win before this as well. Their time here at the National Championships will come to a close. Maybe one for the road for the Grizzlies. It will drop to the ground. And a 2-0 victory for them, securing their spot at the top of the table.
Shout out to the Grizzlies, came out and they looked dominant. And I mean, tough draw to talk about when it comes down to round number 3, where it feels like you just need a game. It sounds doable. You look across the pitch and you see this Rocky Mountain squad, and understandable why they will lead out of Group A as the top of the board, because not only did they show individually that they were very strong, but their ball movement, the way that they were really able to play a coordinated, like half-court game, looked really, really strong.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like they were ever really too pressed either. You know, a couple of times in both games, they were going for pre-jump plays, they were just playing around, and they felt very comfortable wherever the series was. And whenever they conceded a goal, whenever it got within 1, they immediately had an answer and went back to kind of playing their own style. And that's very dangerous when you just feel like the whole pitch is in the palm of your hand. You're dictating how the pace of play is going. And they're going to be a serious threat for the title come tomorrow.
Well, you mentioned tomorrow is where we start crowning some champions down there at Full Sail University. I think we got 7 titles getting played, a lot of champions to be crowned. We've got the Minecraft finals for Bed Wars will be on Twitch later tonight over on the ESC Nationals channel. So make sure you guys are tuned in for that. Also, if it's your first time over here on the YouTube, make sure you're slapping that follow button, the subscribe button down below. Turn those notifications on. That way you can always see when we pop live. We do very much appreciate you, Pyro. I think this is our first time we've gotten to run it up on a desk. It was an absolute blast to be able to join you here for some Rocket League action. Of course, you and I, we do have the easy job. We show up, we get excited about pixels. I want to make sure we're giving a big shout out to the man behind the curtains doing the all the hard work, the unsung hero, Rohan of Gondor, pressing all the buttons, giving us the views, the vibes, the eyes in the sky, so to speak here. And we appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure you guys are locked in later for some Minecraft Championship, all of our championships tomorrow. And until we catch you back for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love harder. All right, y'all. That's Pyro. I'm Q. For the rest of the crew here from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week. Peace. We'll catch you later.
Take me to a world of silver, no Adding truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll